round trip time, or zero RTT, which is a performance optimization feature. And what that does, it enables the client that's reconnecting to a server to be able to send encrypted data back to the server without needing prior interactive handshake. So it kind of eliminates that. And while this is a great enhancement for performance and avoiding latency, that can be used as a vulnerability if used a certain way. So how can that be vulnerable? Well, the TLS 1.3 will generate a new set of keys for each handshake. And the pre-shared key cannot be refreshed without a trip. But remember, this is a zero round trip time. So when that client sends that packet, the server will already authenticate it. And if it gets sent through again, zero handshakes. So if it gets sent again or replayed by an attacker, it will be authenticated and will go through just like an original request. If you haven't already thought about what can go wrong with that, basically, one of the main vulnerabilities on here is that the replayed packet will be recognized as a legitimate one, and that can be used in a replay attack. Let's walk through the steps of how that works. So hacker intercept initial connection, client and server. We can capture that in Wireshark. And after that, let's go to the next one. The hacker will replay the initial connection. Let's say we're making a purchase, buying something at a restaurant, the food. The server will recognize the initial connection as legitimate. So at that point, we already know the client. We know who it's coming from. It's authenticated. If it's coming again, we didn't have any handshakes or any round trips. So what that means is that once it's sent again, the server will be like, well, I know you, so here's the payment. We'll go through again. At this point, we have a duplicate payment in the system. Now, while that can be used to replay packets and get to what we want, because once we get a duplicate payment, we get free food or a duplicate order, there are a lot of fraud detection mechanisms in place, especially from financial institutions. Some of them include duplicate transaction detection, so automatically when something with the same exact amount at the same exact time goes through, that can just disregard it. But sometimes it can be card verification value, tokenization, or IP address and geolocation. This is actually an important one because say you're making, or a customer is making a purchase at a restaurant in Phoenix, the attacker can be remotely replaying that attack in Texas. That's obviously going to raise some suspicion, and the bank might just block that because of that discrepancy between the geolocation of the initial transaction and the replay. The two-factor authentication also includes when the bank will send you a text message saying, hey, is this you trying to authorize this duplicate payment? But how do we take all this information and execute it into getting the free food, which is also our goal? First, we select a target restaurant. Of course, we'd want to select a restaurant that we like, the food there, and also one of those where you go and pay. It's a self-service restaurant where you go and pay yourself for the food. Once we do that, we start hacking the Wi-Fi, such as with the process that Ryan explained, and then we start capturing network traffic. This is not only important to see what's going on, but also to kind of make sure that we're on the right network, Wi-Fi network, because sometimes they'll have multiple networks, and we want to make sure we're on the one where the POS is connected. To see that, as shown on the screenshot, we saw a Clover packet. Clover is a part of the POS terminal system, which reads the card information. So once we see that, we know we're on the right Wi-Fi network. Then we proceed and check out what happens next, right? Okay, so eavesdrops customer name and number. This is the part where we listen to a customer ordering food. We like that food. We listen to their name, write it down because we'll need it later. Then once we have captured all those packets in Wireshark, we will have to save them in a new file or a new PCAP file. The reason why is because we don't want to replay the whole traffic that's been going through in that network. So we will save that range. Usually to make a transaction go through, there is not one single packet, there is a range of packets. So we can transfer over all those packets into a new file to replay later using TCP replay. What that will do is that will allow the payment to be duplicated and the order to go through again, which is what we want. Once that goes through, then they will call the name of the customer that we impersonated, and we can just go collect the food.
So how did we do? Like we said, our overall goal was to try this in a home lab setting, get it working, and then go into an actual restaurant and try it out. So at our home lab, Wi-Fi worked well, right? That was all the videos that we showed you. We were able to very easily try it multiple times with success. POS bypassing was a little bit harder to test, but we were able to find instances of that TLS 1.3 replay attack vulnerability and actually exploit it in the wild. We were not able to actually test it on an official POS system, as short of creating a fake business and convincing a sales team, there's no other way to ideally get a license and then test it on a local instance. But in theory, that means we can get free food. Now, in real life, it's never as easy as it seems. And believe it or not many restaurants are open to the idea of us going around and poking in their network to try to find vulnerabilities. So at the end of the day, we were only able to get one restaurant to give us permission, and even then, it was a pretty limited scope and timeline that we had. So when we did it, Wi-Fi hacking worked well. We were able to use Wi-Fi, capture a handshake, and then we were able to run our customized word list to get the right password, which was just the restaurant name followed by a number. Then from there, we did some more enumeration, found some other things that would be interesting were it to be in scope, such as the actual access to the admin side of the router, having a nice little hint on their password about having 2 kids. So if we did some more OSINT, may have been able to crack that as well, but it was not in scope. So what about the POS bypassing? Well, unfortunately, while we were able to confirm we were on the right network and we found specifically a Clover instance packet of being run, so we know we're on the right one, we were not able to test the TLS 1.3 replay vulnerability, as during the short time frame that we had for testing this restaurant, we were not aware of it, and any other instances of trying to bypass the POS did fail on our end. So while we did not get free food, we still have a potential exploit that we want to be trying, and we're going to be actively trying to utilize in the future with other restaurants that we're still working on trying to get permission to do so legally.
Awesome, and that's a wrap regarding our research. I'm not sure if we have more time for questions, but thanks everyone for being here. We have 2 minutes. Okay, we can take a couple of questions here. If we have more questions, we'll be hanging out in the hallway, or you can ask us on the Discord channel as well. Thanks, everyone.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
So from all the research you guys have done, what is the ideal way to go to a restaurant and
What's up, guys?
next speaker?
Think so. Yes, sir.
I'll be your signage.
It's a pretty common name. You may want to drop a last name too. Just saying.
The other guy working in the room with his Bob, and I looked at him, I'm like, is that really your name, or you just?
Yeah, right. I was in a group one time where I was the only one there who was the special forces, and everyone was using fake names. Yeah. There was a dude who used his name wrong. It's like, really, bro, at least make it believable. Honest to God, that was his real name. He's like the only one in the country. Oh my God. Like, that was the dude's real name.
Well, yeah, I've got a very unique name that everyone's like, really? Like, that's what you want to know? He killed my parents. What's the like?
All right. It's a wobbly ass table. All right.
Adjust that so you have a little more room for your laptop screen.
And said I go crazy anytime I actually have to sit in front of a mic instead of being wired up.
What's that?
I said I go crazy anytime I have to like sit in front of a mic instead of being wired up.
I've got two handhelds. If you
No,
want to go
no,
that
no. So like karaoke, nah.
route. Okay.
Thank you though.
You got everything you need?
I think so. Is that the sign? That's the sign. All right, got it. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to my talk. Woohoo! Best practices and lessons learned from setting up multiple OSINT units. That is a big title. My name is Matt Edmondson. I just recently retired after over 21 years with federal law enforcement. I have founded multiple OSINT units for the United States government, both at the tactical level and at the headquarters level. I am I'm a SANS instructor and also the author of the new SANS Sec 497 OSINT course. Back. Consulted with a bunch of multiple Fortune 500 companies, spoke at Black Hat, spoke at Wired, yada, yada, yada. I'm going to talk about a few things today. We're going to talk about some recent changes that have been going on in OSINT the past couple of years. Some of you may have already experienced. If not, and you do OSINT, you most certainly will. We'll talk a little bit about operational security, OPSEC, because that's something that's so important to people. And we'll talk about a little bit about persistent monitoring there at the very end. The genesis of where this talk, a lot of the material came out of, was a few months ago. I, out of the blue, got an email asking me if I would be willing to fly to the East Coast, to Quantico, and present on starting an OSINT unit to the heads of security for a bunch of Fortune 500 companies, most of them Fortune 100, and CISOs, CSOs, etc. Sounds amazing. Yeah, let's do it. And you go there, and it was like going to be a pretty big room, and you're expecting people to be polite. You're expecting people to pay attention, but they were just super engaged. And I saw a bunch of people taking notes, like asking questions after the fact, like, OSINT is definitely growing. Like, it really, really is. Everyone realizes it, right? It's skill sets that I think a lot of people realized that they needed before, but maybe they weren't calling it OSINT, right? But there's definitely a strong demand for that. What do I mean when I say what's been changing at OSINT the past couple of years, right? Historically, if you think about OSINT, OSINT rules have been relatively well-defined and consistent, right? Law enforcement, short-term, quick hit. I'm looking at an individual, a group of individuals, right? I want to degrade, disrupt, dismantle, right? Can I actually arrest someone? Can I break up this organization? That's what it is, usually quick hit. Intelligence, like Department of Defense, you normally think of more kind of holistically. Maybe instead of looking at an individual or group, I'm looking at a country, you know, a region of the world, an industry, something like that. CTI units for the private sector companies. Right? Things, indicators of compromise that a lot of technical people in here deal with, no doubt. Right? What are the TTPs? Who are the main threats to my industry? Certain things like that. And people usually describe the different roles like that. And you describe it like if it's buckets of paints, like this is the law enforcement bucket, this is the private sector bucket, this is the that bucket. But in the real world, it doesn't look like that on the left. It looks like that on the right. And it has been for the past few years now. This has been going on for a while, right? And I've seen it from both sides of the coin, right? Like, I have a decent amount of private sector experience for consulting. My wife ran cyber threat intelligence for a Fortune 100 company, right? So you have a pretty good purview of a lot of different ways. And so I've seen law enforcement analysts that weren't technical at all, and it's no knock on them. They just hadn't been trained. That wasn't really their specialty. But now they're doing things like researching IP addresses, trying to figure out if it's a VPN, where in the world it's coming from, just looking at technical things that they don't fully understand. And from the flip side, right, what I saw firsthand was private sector companies, especially a couple of years ago, when we had a lot of civil unrest here in the country, that are all of a sudden doing like a force protection mission, right? Like, I can remember my wife getting phone calls like, hey, I've been in the office building now for 16 hours, but I don't think it's safe to leave. Or, hey, I just got off the subway, I can see the office from here, but it doesn't look like it's safe to actually go in there, right? And all of a sudden, like, there was some code that I wrote for persistent monitoring that I used in the government, and I know of at least 2 Fortune 500 companies during that time period that were running that code, trying to keep an eye on situational awareness. Was it safe for their people, right? Or threats against executives, you know, anonymous threats and trying to track down who it is, all those types of things. And so we see law enforcement people doing more technical work. We see private sector people now doing roles traditionally filled by law enforcement. And really, like I said, it's all kind of blending together. And this is the last slide on that topic. But why is it important, right? Why does it matter? When I was driving on Quantico a couple months ago, I got very close to where I was going on base. And I drove by here, and I stopped, pulled over my rental car, got out, and I snapped a picture of it. That is the long-range rifle range there on Quantico. And I kind of thought, like, wow, you know, I remember when I was a little kid reading a book by a guy named Carlos Hathcock, and he was one of the most decorated snipers in American military history. He was in Vietnam. And there's a story from that book that always stuck with me. I don't remember a ton from that book, but I always remember this one story. And the story was, there was a mission that he thought was very, very dangerous, and he was close to being able to get out of there, but he didn't feel like it was safe to send anyone else in. He thought he was the one who had the best chance to do it, so it felt right that he would go. And so he's going there, and he's stalking his target, and he's out here by himself, right? Vietnam, no one else around, just hiding in the grass for a couple of days. And he's just slow, and he's tired, he hasn't slept in a couple of days, and he's hungry, and he's thirsty, but he's still got a couple hundred more yards to where he's planned on taking the shot from. But he got close, and at that point, he's like, damn it, I can make it from here. I've made the shot from here before. Like, I can do this consistently. I'm just gonna take it from here. And he was having this internal struggle with himself as far as, what are you doing? Right? Yes, you probably could make it from here, but you're hungry, you're thirsty, you're exhausted mentally and physically. You made that plan when you were well rested, well fed, you know, didn't have these problems going on. Stick to the plan that you made when you were thinking clearly, not the plan now when you haven't slept in 2 days and you're exhausted. And it's kind of a similar thing, right? It's a similar thing when I've done a lot of digital forensics in my career as well too. I hate doing something for the first time when it matters, right? And that's true in OSINT, that's true in digital forensics. Like, can I practice first? Can I have something like what I'm gonna do and have a chance to kind of go through that? And so always think of like things that you maybe haven't dealt with yet, but you think you might have to deal with, right? That's why it's so good to do things like tabletop. That's why it's good to come to conferences like this and kind of talk to other people and hear what other people are having to deal with. Because like I said, if you haven't dealt with it yet, at some point you probably will. And if you've kind of prepared for it, done some research, practiced it a little bit, it'll just make you so much more confident. It'll make your work better. It'll make you less stressed. There's just a lot of things going. And I realize that's not always easy. But I realize that we're all busy, we're all swamped, and so it's tough to like, man, I don't really have time to work on these other things and try to practice and try to improve my skills because I'm just swamped with things that I absolutely have to do before I can go home at night. And I've been there before and I get it, but just at least in the back of your mind, right? We're always trying to work on these things that we think we may have to face at some point and get prepared for it. And we'll talk about some actual things to possibly prepare and get ready for in the rest of this presentation. So best practices for starting up an OSINT. It's kind of worth me, I think, taking a sec at this point. Yeah, thank you. I am Mayhem Loren. I didn't set out to be an OSINT person, right? I was law enforcement. I was doing digital forensics, kind of specialized in that. I started, I kind of wanted to, I had an interest in incident response. And just kind of the way my mind worked, I thought, well, shoot, before I learn for evidence of people hacking, I myself should learn how to hack. So I started doing that, taking classes, went and got my OSCP, you know, doing some offensive style work. And as I started doing that and I got better, you realize that like the most important phase is reconnaissance, and it's not even close. That information that you gather drives everything else that you're doing. And so this is gonna sound like the stupidest thing ever when I say it, but it's like, man, there's so much that can be applied to what I do in the day job and what some of my coworkers in the day job do. And so I wrote this tiny little stupid, like 1.5 page white paper, basically calling out, listen, we have enough people here now, and my analysts, and no disrespect to them, they hadn't been trained for it, what they were basically calling OSINT, right? They were very, very good at using government systems of record, but then they would do like 3-4 minutes of Google searching and call that OSINT, right? I did the OSINT. And so I basically wrote like a 1.5 page white paper and shot it up my chain of command and said, hey, we have enough people now. We should probably carve off a few people to become true OSINT experts and really understand, because of some of the stuff that I'd seen from my technical work, realized there was a lot of potential there. Didn't think anything would happen from it. About a week later, I got notified that they were pulling me out of digital forensics to go start up an OSINT unit. So I didn't even want to run it. I didn't even want to get involved with it with myself. It just kind of happened, right? It just kind of happened. And so knowing that and starting it up, you know, what are some of the things that I did right, and what are some of the things, frankly, that I did wrong? One of the things I did right was I started working with legal from the very beginning, both starting up a unit at the local tactical level, and then later on, a few years later, at the national level at Washington, D.C. My first meetings were with legal, were with privacy. I'm gonna be honest, like I pull some shady stuff, more shadier, honestly, off work than on work. But not so shady that I ever demanded a full-time lawyer. Like I never pulled so many hijinks that a lawyer's full-time job was to keep me out of hot water, thankfully. It was close a few times. But what I did do is I'm like, listen, I don't want a lawyer full-time, but give me 2 lawyers who can spend a little bit of time to become familiar with me and my team and what we're doing. And the reason is, that is huge, because then when I need a quick opinion, I actually stand a chance, right? I actually stand a chance. This picture right here is from an international airport. When I was doing digital forensics a lot, I got a phone call one day from another agency. Hey, can you get to this international airport by this time? And you can if you leave basically right now. We have a high-value target. It's going to be getting off a plane. We can give you about 5 minutes alone with their devices. What devices do they have? Don't know. Okay. And basically to the point of where I needed to leave in like the next 2 hours if I was going to make this happen. If I didn't have 2 lawyers that were familiar with me and what I did, and I just called like the duty pager, oh, dear God, there's no chance, right? Who are you again? What's your name? What's the name of your unit? What do you do? Who are you under again? Okay, one more time, what's your name? Like, I don't stand a prayer, right? But by having that rapport already built up and the confidence, hey, this is what I was just asked, this is who asked me, what do you think? Yeah, I think it's fine to do this, this, and this, just don't do this. Yeah, roger that, take off and I'll do it. Right, and posted up shop in a back room under construction. Took that picture, and I haven't showed it to anyone until like a couple months ago. It's the first time I ever I'm like, wait a sec, I think I still have that on my phone. Right, but this is why quick opinions matter. Trying to build that relationship before you need it, right? There are some things that I absolutely hate, and I don't use that word lightly. And one of the worst ones, how much do you hate the first time you meet someone having to ask them for something? Right, you just go up to someone, man, like, what's your name? Chris, hey Chris, oh, nice to meet you. Oh man, yeah. Talk to him for a second. And he's like, wow, this Matt seems like a great guy. Hey Chris, real quick, can you go do this thing for me real quick? And instantly, right, what happens? He goes from thinking, yeah, that Matt seems like a great guy, to that son of a bitch was only talking to me because he wanted me to go do something, right? Yeah, he set me up. Damn it, I knew he seemed too friendly and fake. All right, but nah, seriously, building that rapport, having that relationship before you need it, if possible, once again, is important, right? It's important to work with legal, but it's also important to be very, very careful and to try not to let them, if at all possible, and sometimes it's outside of your control, and I get that, don't put more constraints on yourself than the law does, if at all possible, right? And you gotta be safe policy-wise and legal-wise, right? But there are some key decisions that you can make, and this is one of the things that I was hammering home when I was speaking to those executives a couple months ago, about things like violating terms and services, right? How many Facebook accounts are you allowed to have according to their terms and services? 1. What name does it have to be? Your real name, right? From an OPSEC perspective, anyone want to go investigate a target with their real personal account? I've done it, right? I don't recommend it. I've done it when I had to. It's a whole different story over drinks. All right. There's some stories you got to get me liquored up for, but not too much. But no, seriously, right? From an OPSEC perspective, that's a bad thing. And so I've seen places like, their terms and services says we can't do that, so we can't do that. Oh, great, guess what? You just hamstrung yourself. Next time you have some information posted there that you need to go check out, what are you gonna do? And the worst part about that is, people still go do it, they just use their personal accounts. Right, I remember one time a buddy of mine went with some muckety-muck for the Department of Homeland Security down to a facility in Florida. And he saw people working there that were researching targets on their personal phones. And he's like, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Like, don't these people know that's a poor idea? Like, yeah, you SOB, they do, but you haven't given them an alternative, right? You haven't given them an alternative, and God bless them, they're trying to do their job, right? So be very, very careful about not saying that you're not gonna violate terms and services, because that can have some ramifications that sometimes people don't anticipate. Acquiring and utilizing breach data, right? People have some very, very strong opinions on this. I was listening to a podcast with an OSINT expert a couple months ago, and they said, why? At the very end of the podcast interview, the host asked him, well, what do you think about using breach data? I would never use breach data, right? I don't see any difference between using breach data and buying stolen property. The host is like, yeah, I agree. And I'm sitting there like, really, Queen? Like, seriously? Like, and I didn't think less of them. I thought, man, what, like, maybe a narrow field of experience, right? Anyone here remember about a year ago when Qualys got popped? Yeah, word spread that there was client vulnerability scans sitting there on the dark web. Yeah, I got contacted by a number of companies, private and public sector, wanting me to go, hey, can you go grab that data and let us know what's in there, right? What is our exposure in there, right? MGM gets popped. I remember a large company reaching out, hey, some of our executives think they might have sensitive information in there. Can you grab a copy of that and see whatever information is on there? Right, there is all of these very, in my opinion, and once again, this is my opinion. There's sometimes when I'll say it's my opinion and just kind of leave it off. There's sometimes I'll say it's my opinion, but I'm right, right? It's my opinion, but I'm right. There are some very valid reasons to look at this stuff sometimes, right? And so knowing that and kind of anticipating and being able to explain, cool, if you shut this off, this is what we are potentially losing. Right? Just know that, right? And try to fight for it if at all possible. And in the same vein, visiting the dark web. I know places that aren't allowed to do that. Well, once again, it's all fun and games until supposedly data of yours, of data of people you've been dealing with, right? And you want to remember like the law firm that got popped, data posted on the dark web, saying, hey, if they don't pay the ransom within about 2 weeks, we're going to start unlocking these files. Let's see what you've been talking about with your clients, right? Like, stuff gets real scary real quick sometimes. And the last topic on this, right? If the scope of your team's research is going to include looking at employees, make sure HR is involved, right? Should be fairly obvious, but I think it's worth taking a few seconds to mention, right? You may be the one doing all the technical work, but HR is actually the one driving. And I've been caught up with this a few times. I've never been, in my entire career, I was never internal affairs or anything like that. But sometimes they would need me to do the technical work that I could do. And it's like, great, I'll do the technical work, but I'm following your directions, right? You're the one driving right now. All right, OPSEC. It is the most challenging topics to discuss, right? I put one of the most because I don't like to speak in absolutes, but it really, truly is. And I think, too, this is one area where a lot of quote-unquote OSINT experts have done the industry a great disservice. And I've seen it firsthand at conferences, like OSINT conferences. You go there, and you see someone who's kind of Twitter famous, and then you'll see someone who's eager, and they want to get into it, and they come up and talk to them. And they're like, oh, hey, I'm trying to break in, I want to do these things, but I want to make sure I'm doing it safe. And all of a sudden, the person who's quite a Twitter famous, the quote-unquote experts, just starts rattling off. Like, oh, you got to use at least 3 VPNs, you got to use this, you got to use this, you got to use disposable VMs, you got to go pay cash for a laptop at Best Buy, make sure you're wearing a fake mustache, you got to do that. And like, seriously, and they start rattling off like 17 things. That's not the way humans are wired. If I give Chris a list of 17 things to do, you know how many he's going to do? 0. Maybe 1, maybe. Giving yourself a lot of credit there. A lot of credit. Yeah, he already has the mustache. He checks that one right off the list, right? Doesn't even need the fake. You might have to shave it then just to throw him off. But seriously, right? That's not the way human beings are wired. Like, 2 things. Do those. Come back. Like 2 more, right? I have seen ridiculous OPSEC when it was needed. I remember one time a buddy of mine was working one of the old anonymous hackers, one of those cases, and it was to the point of they had created an LLC, a fake LLC, rented an apartment under that, had a computer, internet connection, everything in this LLC's name, and they were using 2 VPNs out of that. And in the first VPN they were connecting to, the one closest to them, they had a confidential informant that worked in that company. So if they ever got any indication that someone was researching them, they were going to look them up. You want to talk about tradecraft, and I could go on about that. That was some tradecraft. That is also overkill for 99.9999% of the people in the world, right? It really, is. And so that's what makes OPSEC so tricky to deal with, because there's always these people out there, oh, more. It's not that more is a bad thing, but just level set, right? And if you think about what OPSEC is, right, you can look up different definitions, things like that, but at the end of the day, it's a risk management framework, right? It's all the steps that you're taking to try to reduce risk. But a lot of people in here know, can you ever eliminate risk? Can't, right? You can take the steps, reasonable steps to reduce it as much as you can. Yeah, one open mouth. At the end of the day, though, you got to accept that risk, or don't, and don't do the job, right? But those are your 2 options at that point, so you try to minimize it. When I first started my OSINT unit, when I was pulled out of there, I was told you're starting up a unit and you have no budget. No budget for training, no budget for tools, no budget for anything. This is gonna sound like a joke, and it kind of is, and it kind of isn't. One nice thing about having no budget, it makes your decisions really, easy. Yeah. What tool am I going to buy? I wasted 0 seconds on that problem, right? I figured out what I could do. I figured out what I couldn't do that I needed to do. And I figured out how to build a tool to do it, right? The same way I kind of got sucked into like OSINT, I kind of got sucked into coding. I never set out to be a computer programmer, and I am not a computer programmer. Like, I write computer code that is functional and works and helps me and my friends, and everyone at work looks at it and they're like, oh my God, you're a genius. My wife, who's an actual engineer, looks at it and like, your code is crap. I'm like, I know. Just hanging my head in shame. Yeah, I know. Just don't tell anyone, right? But it got the job done, right? And so you learn. It's one of the things that I had to deal with several times in my career, unfortunately, was people making purchasing decisions that weren't technical. And the problem with that is people making decisions on what to buy when they don't understand what we can do without anything, right? And you end up with this, oh my God, this brochure is so glossy. The salespeople were so nice, this lunch was so good, and this tool can do 17 things. And I'm sitting there like, I can do those 17 now, right? Versus some small company that can only do 2 things, but damn it, I really need one of those. Like, one of those would be a huge, huge game changer, right? And so kind of fighting for that is tough. But like I said, understanding when you have nothing and no budget, you really understand what matters. You really understand how to get some bang for your buck. And so there's a lot of cheap, dirty tricks that I would figure out of necessity, frankly. And if you thought this guy seems a little immature, you're right. Right? A big thing about OPSEC, and we kind of talked about this a second ago, it's a spectrum. Right? It really, really is. On the left-hand side, we have no OPSEC whatsoever, like none, right? People using personal devices, personal laptops, right? Got Chrome open, got your Gmail in one tab, and you're researching the target next tab over, right? Just things that are generally considered pretty poor idea, right? We want to kind of avoid this. And then on the far right, this is where we have the pay cash for the laptop, multiple VPNs, all of these types of things, this crazy, crazy stuff. I used to tell people when I was teaching, I've traveled all over the world for the government, teaching OSINT, and I'd tell them, like, when I would kind of explain it as a spectrum, I'd tell them, listen, we're never going to get here. In my career, I'm like, listen, I only got a few years left. I am never going to get here, and I know it, right? But we can get close without a ton of effort, honestly, and without a ton of money, right? We can get close fairly easily and fairly cheaply. And let's talk about how. But before we talk about how, one more about the why. This is a crazy story. If you're visiting Twitter, Facebook, sites like that, you're giving away your IP address to them. All right, maybe you care, maybe you don't. But if you leave those sites, right, if you click on a link somewhere else, now you're giving up your IP address to whoever posted that link potentially, right? And we know this. We all use link shorteners every day, like Bentley and other types of link shorteners. There is some that will let you track the IP addresses and some basic browser information of whoever clicks on those links. And you can start to track that, right? I've seen this weaponized a few times, but by a mile my favorite, and my favorite because I wasn't involved in it, I wasn't the one who got burned in it. There was an individual who thought that law enforcement might be researching them. They were right. So what they did is they've been posting content to Facebook. Now what they did, they threw like a little party, something like that, and they're like, oh yeah, I was down here at this party last weekend, here's some pictures. But instead of posting the pictures on Facebook, they posted the pictures somewhere else. And they used one of these link shorteners on Facebook. Oh yeah, you can click here to view the pictures. They were then monitoring the IP address of everyone who was clicking through those to look at the pictures. And you're like, wow, how did you know that? Did you end up arresting them and they told you? No, 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 they were calling people out on their Facebook. Oh yeah, law enforcement agency would click on the link to go look at the picture, and like 15 minutes later, they were getting called out on their Facebook page. Oh, looks like the Department of Justice is looking at my picture. Oh, looks like this agency's in, like, this was like, oh my God, I'm just sitting there like with a bucket of popcorn because I wasn't clicking on the link, right? Like, as a casual observer, this is amazing. Right? And I'm here for it. Right? Like, oh, looks like the Department of Defense is in here. Okay, yeah, like seriously, they're calling out and more agencies are going, and you're like, oh my God, what are you doing? Stop clicking on the link. Right? They were clicking on the link just to see what all the fuss was about, right? But they weren't managing their attribution, right? They weren't firing up a Tor browser. They weren't using some type of other service. They weren't using anything to try to manage their attribution. They were just going from their normal work browser that comes back to Department of Homeland Security or Department of Justice or whatever it is, right? So we want to be careful with this. That's why managing your attribution can be very, very important. I have seen some sites run by absolute wackos. I mean, people that just tinfoil hat like crazy, crazy. And there's certain sections of the site where if you go there, it claims that, hey, we just logged your IP address and we monitor that. And it wasn't like something that was built into WordPress or a plugin or something like that was modified. Who knows if they actually do or not, right? But like I said, I have seen some people that don't look like they could tie their shoes that at least claim that they do this. So we want to be careful. It's not hard to do, right? It's not hard to do. What are some of the kind of best values in OPSEC? If you have no budget whatsoever, it's Tor. Right? It really, really is. Just fire up a Tor browser. Is Tor perfect? No, it's slow as heck. You get a CAPTCHA every 3 seconds, and CAPTCHAs are getting worse, right? Spiral Galaxy, the horse with the white hooves, like CAPTCHAs are getting ridiculous nowadays. They are, but Tor does a good job. Some of you may have heard a story. It was, it was just a couple of years ago. There was an individual, like just an absolute scumbag of a human being that I hesitate to even call a human, that was harassing young ladies online on Facebook. And this went on for way, way too long. Law enforcement was working it, Facebook was working it, but they didn't know where the person was because the person was using Tor to protect themselves. They were using Tails, if you're familiar with Tails, where you can like boot up a little USB with Tor on it. So this went on for over a year, and this guy was doing horrible things. He was basically convincing these girls that he had nude pictures of them, and unless they sent him more nude pictures, that he was gonna kill their family and things like that. And it would escalate from there. Eventually, Facebook got so fed up with this, what did they do? They went to a security team, a security researcher, and they paid, I want to say, I forgot, it was like low to mid 5 figures, like 20 to 50,000, like that range, for a vulnerability in the video player in Tails. They gave that vulnerability to law enforcement, that exploit. Law enforcement crafted up a video, had one of the victims shoot it to him. He played it, gave away his true IP address. They went and arrested him. Kudos, right? Everyone is happy that guy is off the streets. Everyone. But from an optics perspective, that was a weird case, right? Because all of a sudden Facebook, which is already battling massive privacy concerns, which is hilarious, people getting like pissed off at Facebook, like, did you pay for your account? Like, how do you think they make money? Right? But already a company that you're just battling some of these massive privacy concerns, and now they do that. Now they get an exploit and give it to federal law enforcement to use it against one of their users. Like I said, everyone's happy he's off the street, but it was just kind of a weird case from an optics perspective. And so people take that and they argue about the morality of it. And I'm like, listen, I'm not the morality police. I would be the horrible morality police. I would tell you, you do you, Chris. As long as it's not hurting anyone else, you do whatever the heck you want, man. I don't even care. You know what I got from that story, though? Everyone was trying to catch this dude for over a year, but they couldn't because of Tor. Right? When people think like Tor is horribly fundamentally broken, Tor has issues, right? Denial of service right now on Tor is out of control. Haven't seen Dreadform in 2 months now. But like, nah, it does a pretty good job. It really, really does. And I see so many people, oh, it's broken. Like, is it? Don't think so, right? I don't really think so. Nothing's perfect, but it's pretty darn good. And it's free. If you have money and want to use a VPN, do it. Which one do you want to use? Pay for it. Right, that's really the biggest advice I got. You start tracking down the financials of free VPN providers, it is insane. A bunch come out of China, which is hilarious because China doesn't even let their people use VPNs. So think about that. They don't let their citizens use VPNs, but they can start up VPN companies to sell to other people. Right, kind of makes you wonder what they're doing with some of that information. Decent percentage come back to Pakistan, which always kind of floored me. But they're just garbage too. They just really, really are. They'll get your account suspended, like very, very quickly. I remember one time when I was in DC hearing a rash out of one part of the country, all of a sudden getting a ton of reports that people's social media accounts were getting suspended at an alarming rate, right? And their sock puppet accounts just getting suspended. I'm like, wow. I have a buddy of mine down there that kind of knows what he's doing. Let me call up Jeremy. So I call him up and I'm like, Jeremy, like, what's going on? He's like, there's this VPN that's both paid and free, but a free VPN called Tunnel Bear. Anyone use Tunnel Bear? I will give Tunnel Bear credit right here, right now. Tunnel Bear has the best graphics I have ever seen in a VPN. It really, really does, right? There's like this cartoon bear that looks all fun, and you're like, Tunnel Bear, I want to come out of the Ukraine. It's like, roar, and it jumps in this green tube like Super Mario Brothers, and the map moves to wherever it's coming out of, and then the bear emerges, and you're coming out of there, and you're like, this is amazing. I love Tunnel Bear. It's great. But once again, it's a free VPN service. You know what type of people use a free VPN service? Yeah, it's like the cantina from Star Wars. It is a wretched hive of scum and villainy, right? And so all of a sudden, your Facebook profile has a shelf life of cottage cheese at room temperature, right? Don't be surprised. So pay for a VPN. Use one that has commercials. Some people use Proton, some people use Nord. Great, I wouldn't try to talk anyone out of that. Me personally, I use one called Private Internet Access. Some of y'all may use it too. I like PIA. There are a lot of VPN providers that claim they keep no logs, right? There was one called Hide My Ass that claimed they kept no logs. They got dragged into federal court and ordered to produce logs. Magically, they had logs. Like seriously, they rolled over in like 3 seconds, right? They folded up like a cheap lawn chair you stole from the front of a Kmart, and it just instantly produced logs. Private internet access has been drug in order to produce logs several times, and they have always failed to do so. They haven't been jerk weasels about it, like they haven't flipped anyone off. They just show up. We have no logs, right? We have no logs, and there was actually something about 2 months ago where Nord kind of got beat up a little bit for some privacy concerns, and then like that same week, like it had already happened. It wasn't like they timed it, but that same week, PIA, Private Internet Access, they announced that they had Deloitte come in and do an audit and actually verify that, no, we audited them and it looks like they keep no logs. That's important, right? And it's not that I try to minimize the number of felonies I commit on any given day. And I say minimize because I'm a realist, right? Let's be honest, sometimes stuff needs to get done. And so it's not even that I'm necessary. You're like, dude, this guy is shady. he was not lying, right? It's not even that I'm trying to avoid getting arrested or anything like that. I just don't want logs of what I do, right? I have terabytes of breach data, like for a lot of different reasons. There was a VPN provider that got popped last year, and all that information came out in a breach, right? Because they had logs. And so now here was people who were trusting this VPN provider to keep them safe. And now, like, all their information's right there. Their true IP address. Like if they were using it on a mobile device, things like the IMEI and some of the selectors off the phone, all right there, right? And so that's what I want. Like data eventually has a way of finding its way out there. And so that's what I'm trying to avoid. That's why I want someone that doesn't keep logs. Sir?
My VPN provider says they try to not keep logs, but they abide by the laws in the states and the countries they operate in. Would all VPN providers sort of be constrained by that same thing, PIA?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the question is that the gentleman was saying his VPN provider is saying that they try not to keep logs, but sometimes they have to because of the countries that they're in. And everyone, for the most part, if they actually care, abide by those logs. But there are some countries where they actually do not have to, right? When we saw a few years ago, we saw Russia pass a law that all of a sudden like monitoring kind of needed to be in place, and instantly within like a week, several VPN providers, Private Internet Access, and I have no stock in them, right? I'm just saying they were one of them. They pulled all their nodes out of there because they weren't willing to do that. And so yeah, that is something to pay attention to, right? It absolutely is. So, like I said, Tor is free. VPNs aren't that much. I think I paid like $50 for mine for 2 or 3 years or something like that. Virtual machines, right? Totally free. VM Workstation Player, it's free. Get an Ubuntu ISO, set it up. Now you have a nice little sandbox separate from what you do. It just gives you an extra kind of layer of security, right? And so once again, a VPN, a virtual machine, are these things 100% foolproof? No, but think of how much better off you are with not much money and not much effort just by using things like this, right? It's not magic. When you go to set up an account on sites like Facebook and Twitter, you need to give it a phone number, right? This gets a lot of people. Years ago, like a decade ago, if you told me, hey, can you set up 20 Facebook accounts today? No problem. Yeah, because there was all these like completely free apps that I could use, like Text Plus, Talkatone, Text Now, to get these just free BS VoIP numbers, confirm the text message they sent. I now have a Facebook number. That doesn't work anymore. Not even Google Voice works anymore. That was kind of one of the last holdouts, right? You actually need a real, honest to God phone number now. And once again, this is where so many people mess up, because they're under the gun. They need to answer this question right now. They don't have an account on this site, and they need to set one up. I'll just use my personal number. Like, whatever. I'm not going to use my real name. I'm not going to use anything else. I'll use this email I set up. I'll just use my personal number. It's all fun and games until the breach data comes out 18 months later. Was that Burner? Burner works some. I didn't have Burner work the last time I tried it on a Facebook, but I have used Burner on a few other things. Facebook, to their credit, is really, really good at this stuff. Like, they really are, as far as detecting BS phone numbers and things like this. If you want, I've heard Burner's good, yeah. All of a sudden you turn into Johnny Tight Lips. Yeah, I heard, yeah. Yeah. Hey, how's your mother? Who says I have a mother? Yeah. Yeah. If you need a prepaid number, there are some really, really good options here in the U.S. He was talking about laws varying from country to country with VPNs. You want to see laws vary wildly about prepaid phones. This is America. This is the land of freedom. And I can go down to the Circle K right after this talk, slap down $40 of cash, and leave with a prepaid phone like God and Mother Nature intended. All right? I can do the same thing in the UK. I can do the same thing in like Amsterdam, right? You go over to Germany, not so much, right? They want to see some ID. They want to start seeing some things like that. So here in the US, we're fortunate. It's actually very, very easy to do these things. A couple of my favorite options. Number one is the one on the right, Mint Mobile. Right, the cell phone service, more people know about it now because Ryan Reynolds, right, has all the commercials or whatever. $15 a month for Mint Mobile SIM card. That sounds extremely reasonable. But their whole shtick is like, listen, we don't want to send you a phone. You probably have a phone. So we'll send you a SIM card and you can use our service. Well, how do I know if you have good reception at my house? Don't even worry about that. Listen, I don't want you to waste $15 of your hard-earned money and then be disappointed. So here's what we're going to do. We have these SIM cards that are only 99 cents and they're good for a week. That doesn't sound like the shadiest thing you've ever heard of in your life, right? They're usually $5, but they're like always on sale for 99 cents. And what's funny is it's limit one at a time. So if you look there on my Amazon, I've purchased those 8 times. And that's not counting all the ones I paid for at cash at Target and Best Buy, like any other self-respecting drug dealer, right? And so this will give you a disposable phone number that's good for a week. Set up your accounts and everything's good for $1. It's amazing, right? If you need a phone, or if you actually want to keep this number for a while because you actually want these profiles to live off and not lose them potentially, look at that on eBay. TrackPhone, straight from TrackPhone themselves, not even from like Bob's Totally Trustworthy Phones or anything. $69 for an Android phone and a year's worth of service. And all you need is the text messages, right? All you need is the text messages to come on in, right? So we have options here in the US where it's very, very easy to do this style of work. If you try to give Facebook, or more and more social media sites now, a picture from, this person does not exist. They're getting really good at detecting that was AI generated, right? The process that they do is called a GAN, right? Generative Adversarial Network. Generative because they actually make something adversarial because it's basically 2 computer programs pitted against each other, right? And then, comes out with this fake face. But there's certain telltale, right? The most famous one being the eyes. The eyes are always in the same spot on all these pictures. And so, like I said, these now are going to get flagged out as that's not your real face. I'm going to suspend your account. Well, there are face swap apps out there. There are face swap sites where you can take a real picture, like that handsome gentleman on the left hand of the right side, mix it in with any other picture. In this case, I even mixed it in with a GAN. Still looks largely like me, but it's different enough now. But since the base wasn't generated by like this person does not exist, something like that, you see the eyes are offset. It still has the characteristics of a real person. Like all of these things out there, like we can detect fake faces. No, you can't. Stop. They detect if the image was generated using that GAN methodology. And so if you start off with a real base and then just kind of morph something into it, you can end up with a very real looking picture that still isn't going to get flagged, right? Totally free. Totally free. All right. Last things we'll talk about right here, and then we'll end up. Persistent monitoring, right? Something very, very important. Brand reputation, executive protection, potential insider threats, either intentional or otherwise. Plenty of stories in that one right there. Initial access for sale, right? More and more now you're seeing data stealer logs become a thing, right? And these places are getting hacked because someone just bought a cookie or someone just bought some creds from someone with data stealer logs, right? And you're just basically buying initial access right there. Those marketplaces are out there and they're kind of crazy. And so monitoring, right? Seeing, hey, is there anything out here that could be me or my organization is very, very useful. It's extremely important and it doesn't have to be expensive, right? Google Alerts are free and you can have like 1,000 of them now. It's amazing, right? I remember one time I had a student who, they were with a Big Ten research university, and they came up like, hey, I want to pick your brain on something. Like, yeah. They're like, I'm really concerned with intellectual property theft. And I'm like your students pirating stuff? He's like, no, I don't care about that. He's like, I care about, we have these research labs with some very, very viable research, and I'm concerned about people leaking them out. And that's a big thing, right? Research leaking out to foreign countries, et cetera. That was something that I had to deal with in the government. And he's like, I just have a very, very small team, and I don't really feel like I can do anything. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, shoot, start off with some Google Alerts. Right, go talk to some people there at the labs that have some key terms, think of some good criteria. You can get very, very specific with Google searches, right, with Google dorking, and actually set up some Google Alerts. It's totally free, right? So that's one way. Twitter API keys, they're free, and they're amazing, right? You can do some amazing things. I gave a talk at the SANS OSIT Summit 2 years ago about basically a Twitter bot kind of monitoring 24/7. It wasn't just looking for keywords, it actually had some logic. I kind of joked when I did that if I was trying to like sell the product, I would claim it was artificial intelligence and machine learning. It's actually just a bunch of lists, right? But just going through with like kind of a good logical process and alerting on things that actually matter. You can do this for free with a little bit of effort, and that talk and code is all still out there. There are commercial options like Flashpoint if you have a budget that are amazing, but some people don't. But one of the best kept secrets, and my wife actually turned me on to how amazing these were about a month ago, was something I was aware of, but she's like, whoa, yeah, I know you're aware of it, but check this out. These Google programmable search engines, right? And what these are is they're basically designed for, imagine if you come up with some really, really good Google query. And it's like, yeah, this query, you're gonna search DocSpin, and you're gonna search, Pastebin, and these 4 different other sites with these keywords. And so now all I have to do, I can leave that query exactly the same, and all I have to do is put in whatever name I'm looking for. Right? What these personal search engines do is basically let you take that query and kind of freeze it. Say, hey, I would like to save this query off. And so now the next time I need to do it, I don't have to retype that entire query. I can just click on this link and all that other criteria is built in, and now I just put in the name. And it's also designed to then you can share it with your friends, share it with your coworkers. Hey, I've got this really great query that searches for this. Here you go, and I can share it. And that's great. And I was aware of that functionality, and it's like, yeah, it's moderately interesting. But if you look at this, and I know the font's a little small there, you can search for specific sites or pages. Great, that's kind of how it's designed. Or you can search the entire web down at the bottom. What is the point of searching the entire web? Like, why not just use Google then, right? Instead of these programmable search engines. And the reason why is this. You can actually API this up. You can set up a search for the entire web, add on whatever criteria you want, or leave it as empty and wide open as you want. And look at that, 10,000 queries per day. Nice JSON results. You can script this. So you can have keywords, criteria, whatever it is you want, and automatic alert emails when you see it. And you can start adding in more logic potentially than you could on like a Google Alerts, or start cataloging things. There is a ton of potential here, right? Like you see search engine optimization, like the SEO tools, like charging a ton of money just trying to like catalog Google search results and certain things like that. You can do it for free right here using these programmable search engines. Here's a little bit of Python code to kind of go through a list of search terms and give you results from these. And you're like, that's great, but I can't code. You know what? I was interviewing someone last week. They said they had done a little bit of pen testing. And I said, okay, you done a little bit of pen testing? I'm like, assuming, you know, your Python's okay. You know what they said? No, but I have ChatGPT. I swear to God, not even making that up, not even making that up. No, but I have ChatGPT. I'm like, respect, right? It's all fun and games though until ChatGPT goes down because you don't have that paid membership, all right? That code, yeah, I did not write that code. Give me some Python code to use Google Programmable Search Engines API to search for term and report results. Here you go. Tested it, works like a champ. Works like an absolute champ. And now you can just start adding things. Yeah, if you haven't played with ChatGPT to write your code, yeah, like it's kind of amazing. It really, really kind of is, right? So yeah, programmable search engines, like I said, if you're interested at all in scripting that type of stuff, check them out. They're kind of like a little cheat code. And I am now officially out of time. Thank you very much for coming. If you have any questions, I'm 6'4", I'm tough to miss, find me. Thank you all, appreciate it.
Sands, that was an event, right?
Yes, yes. No, I remember your face.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to see you. I saw you on the document. I was like, I'll catch the end of that. All right.
Down for it.
got it though. Maybe we have time we can throw that log project with slide deck. That'll be cool. Yeah, Jacob said the magic is in it. We saw like you guys. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the fact that you guys. Any like. Yeah. What size are you? Like, yes, Jacob. Keep saying the metric. Hey man, if you appreciate somebody's work, you tell them. You're like, sweet.
Problem is, I want to walk. I walk at Cactus.
Yeah, I was like, because I tend to wander too. Just don't fall off stage, right?
Are you in track 2?
Yeah, we're on track 2 tomorrow.
So they don't have mics. I think track 1 and track 3 has mics that you can walk around with. This one, not as much. So I do like that they block my view of my slides because I tend to point at them and it doesn't help anyone. So that's kind of nice.
You gotta look at the laptop and be like,
Well, like my clicker will like allow me to like come in on stuff, but it'd be good. Just waiting for a cue here because we're a few minutes over it.
we're right on time.
Right on time? Okay. Well, yeah, it's amazing. A sales instructor had one time had it, and I was like, I don't know what that is, but it's not $100, but it's very worth it. I've got a ton of slides too, so I'm already worried about time. We'll see.
You just slop it, bro.
Yeah, just let me go. It's a nice thing about like not having a script is like you can speed up and cut out portions. When you build everything in literally, you just have to like talk faster. That's your only option. Yeah, good call. No. I did check in back there.
Oh, I see.
Yep. You can just give me a thumbs up. I can get started. I don't need a fancy introduction. I'll just stand up here until I see a thumbs up at the back room.
Hey, do you guys have charming kittens and action figures?
No, we got Cozy Bear, Turbine Panda, Ocean Buffalo.
So I managed to sneak 2 in that black hat.
Yeah. I've got a little Cozy Bear that hangs out on my desk.
Yeah, I've got the bear and I've got the panda.
Have you guys seen the big ones that they bring to the cons?
Yeah.
Insane. Like, I don't know how much those cost. It had to have been.
I couldn't bring that home.
No, it wouldn't fit, right? Like, yeah.
I barely got mine to home.
You got to strap it to the top of the plane like a shuttle, right? That's how you have to get it home.
Good morning, CactusCon. Today you have Ryan Thompson talking about a peek inside an adversary toolkit. Please welcome him to the stage.
All right, so I see we get a lot of people in the back of the room. We've got some seats up front. I know that's always an awkward call to action, but we're going to be sharing some screenshots here that I would love to make larger, but there's only so much room on a slide. And so if you are interested in being able to read that, the back of the room is probably not the best place for that. So just want to get that out of the way. Thank you all for coming to my talk. Want to talk a little bit about who I am, right? Why am I up here? Why am I talking to you guys? Well, I'm a security researcher at CrowdStrike. And in the past, I've done some threat hunting, I've done some instruction. I've also dabbled a little bit with some cloud infrastructure security. And so what you'll notice up here is there's not a ton of red teaming. So if we go back one slide, we're taking a peek inside the adversary toolkit. We're not going to rummage around, we're not going to get super, super deep. And so if you are a red team and you think, man, I'm going to learn a new tactic, probably not the right talk. So let's get that out of the way real quick. But what I do want to showcase is from a blue side, we don't get to look at how the adversaries are leveraging their tools. So that's the focus of this talk. So with that said, we're going to take a look at the context for the data and the tools we're going to be using today. We're going to dive through 4 tools. Those tools are going to be AnyDesk, ngrok, Sliver C2, and FScan. And we'll wrap it up with a quick summary. So, work for CrowdStrike, right? I support the Overwatch team, which is our threat hunting service. And so there's telemetry that's generated from endpoints. The process is much more complicated than this, but our hunters are looking at that data, and most importantly, they're notifying the client. This happens pretty quickly as we can. And there's the data that comes out the other side are very much IOC focused, and hey, look, we found these things, here's the call to action for the client. So you can imagine that those notifications you couldn't very much query and pull stats and metrics out of. And so that's where my team comes in. We get handed the intrusions after the hunters find them, and we do a post-mortem analysis on those. We normalize that data, and we're able to pull stats and trends. And so got a little image up there of the threat hunting report. My team is responsible for generating that and kind of pulling those stats together. So when I tell people that I look at all the intrusions that are happening from e-crime and targeted and nation state, they say, great, I want to know the top tools. What are the adversaries using? And I hate to break it to you, it's not very exciting. When we look at the top tools in 2020, it's Mimikatz, it's Cobalt Strike, PS Exec, right, Procdum. And so from year to year, surprise, surprise, it doesn't change all that much. And so everyone immediately wants to know, I need to know the top 5, the top 10, that's going to make a great BuzzFeed list, right? And inherently, it's just not very interesting. And so this year, we decided to do something a little bit different. And we broke up our tools into 3 classifications. Mainstay, which is historically what would be a top 5 or top 10 list. Those have been around for a while and are used very heavily. We have trending. They're not new to the environment, but we're seeing usage increase, right? And the last one is emerging. This isn't to say that the tool is brand new, but it's the first time we're seeing it in our data sets. So speaking of that, let's provide some caveats. I'm going to go back one slide real quick so this gentleman can get a picture. I got you. I'm also going to post these slides on LinkedIn. So, all right, a little bit of context about what we're talking about today. The first thing, the first keyhole or aperture that we're looking through. These are based on Overwatch intrusion, so obviously it's only customers of Overwatch, only ones that are being caught by our threat hunters, and maybe not caught necessarily by the product or the automated detections. And then even more specific, we're looking at hands-on intrusions. So if there's automated malware that's being dropped, that's not really an interest for our team. We're looking for interactive sessions. So the next caveat, we cannot get screenshots from our clients, and if we could, I wouldn't be sharing them with you. All the things up here are from a lab, and so I just want to get that out of the way. We're not sharing anything, we're not leaking anything. I wish we had the capability to get this level of access from just a screenshot perspective. We don't. Final piece, we are focused on adversary intent. And so we see a lot of these tools ran, we see them attempted to be used for certain things. Sometimes they're blocked by Windows Defender, sometimes they're blocked by Falcon. We're not interested in that. That's very, very complicated when we start talking about the different protection policies that are in place for some of these sensors and some of these products. I'm focused on what is the adversary intending to do with this tool. So, with that said, here are the 4 tools again: AnyDesk, ngrok, Sliver, and fscan. And so let's go ahead and hop into it. AnyDesk. For anyone who's used it, AnyDesk is just a remote access tool, right? The idea is that you have a host, maybe at home, maybe a desktop, and you want to access that on the go. You install an agent there, you install an agent on your laptop. Essentially, it's a really, really easy RDP. It can traverse over the network, you can password protect it, and that's kind of the functionality of this tool. There are plenty of alternatives out there, but AnyDesk is the one that we see most prevalently in our data set. So it's a mainstay tool. What can they do with it? Well, we see attackers using it for persistence as well as exfiltration, and the benefits of it is it's not some script that somebody ran or created and it's on GitHub and you just download it and it's not signed, right? It's an official tool, it's officially supported, and so it's likely going to bypass a lot of AV. So that's why we see people using it. Installation is super easy. You don't need to take these down, it's in their documentation, but it's super easy. They're able to run it from a command line, go ahead and use a dash install, start with Windows, so install it as a service, update disabled, so they're not getting pestered about updates, and then do it silently, right? So pretty straightforward, nothing crazy there. And then once you get it installed, in order to access it remotely from another machine, for that other machine to initiate, you have to set a password. And so these are the 2 major commands we see ran. From there, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of visibility into what they're using the tool for. So I installed it, and we're going to take a look at what's possible with AnyDesk. So real quick, we have 2 different hosts here, and I've tried to designate those best I can. In the blue outline, you have the victim host. In the red outline, you have the attacker host. Once again, slides have very limited space, so I'm trying to do the best I can with the space I have. First of all, once you get it set up and you launch AnyDesk and connect to a host, there will be a notification for the victim. There's going to be something that will flash on this screen briefly, and there will be a notification icon. Now, I'm hoping everyone in this room would notice that, jump on it, and go investigate it. Some end users may not. And so once you get that access, then you have a full GUI, and you have full interactive access to that system, depending on how it's configured. So no surprises so far. Next up, once you have established that, you've set the password and you can access it, you can actually go into a file browser. So no more are you interacting with the GUI, you have direct access to the file system of your machine and their machine side by side. You have the upload capability to say, I'm going to select this file on my host and send it to the victim host, or you have the ability to say, hey, that file right there that I found, I want to go ahead and grab that. So you can see that happening here. On the right-hand side, the attacker is navigating to a secrets folder, navigating to the desktop on their folder, or on their machine, and clicking download. And we can see that file has been brought over, inconveniently put in the bottom right, but it's been brought over, and now we have access to that. And so that's a way, yes, there is a blinking notification. There's no interactions. Windows Explorer isn't opening at all, and they have full access to just kind of browse through that. The other thing that I noticed is that there's a sync clipboard capability. So on my host or my attacker machine, you'll notice that my clipboard is filled with nonsense text. But once I connect to this victim host, I can actually go through there and say, by the way, I would like to go synchronize our clipboards. So at this point, I'm still really not touching that other machine. Sure, the notification is there. But now we just kind of play the waiting game. We can watch that user. We can see what they're doing. Let's say, I don't know, maybe they want to log into a bank. They can open up that, and let's say they're practicing really good hygiene. Maybe they're using 1Pass. So they grab it, put it into their browser, and go ahead and authenticate. Well, because we're synchronizing clipboards, that is now in the clipboard of the attacker machine. And so I would love to say that I have absolute proof that this is being used. We don't. All the AnyDesk commands and all the communications are encrypted. So all we know is it's being installed, and I know this is a capability. Now, this is a highly intensive, probably super targeted approach, right? You have to wait until a user puts something in their clipboard. Unlikely, but not impossible. So the problem with using legitimate tools, something like AnyDesk, is that it creates an uninstall option. So we see that here, it's listed in the apps, and we have the ability to uninstall it. That's pretty typical. We've all seen this and interacted with it. What you may not know is all that's tucked away inside of the registry. So I went in and I changed display version to hackers, and instead of showing, I don't know what the version was before, I think it's AD717, I can change that to hackers or whatever value I really want. Another interesting piece that I learned digging through the registry is that there is an uninstall string. So when you click that uninstall button, this is the command that's ran. So that can be changed to anything. But most importantly, from evasion perspective, what do we want to do as an attacker? We want to hide that entirely. So we can either clear all the values out of this registry key, or we can simply go in and remove display name. So that's the command that's being ran along the top. I'm only going to target one value, and I'm going to clear it out. And so when we run this and update everything, which is going to take a few seconds here for me to refresh the screens, what you'll find is that display name on the right-hand side is going to disappear when I update my registry view. We notice it's gone now. It goes display icon to display version. And then when I refresh it over here, AnyDesk no longer populates. This is a technique we see happening often. And so once again, the idea here is that we're just trying to hide the fact that it exists for later use. So what do we do about this? I put application whitelisting up here, knowing that's very much like a draw the rest of the owl type recommendation. It's very difficult to implement, but that is absolutely an option. We can block certain ports. Now, keep in mind that the only downside to this is that this is used for local host discovery. So if you were to install AnyDesk on one machine on your local network and install it on another, they're going to try to communicate over these 50,000 level ports. And so you can block that local discovery. I think the best way to do is to black hole a .net.anydesk, because even if it's installed, that service cannot connect to the AnyDesk network, and therefore attackers can't. So up next is ngrok. This one was kind of interesting to me. This is I don't know, I think more of a fun thing to look at from how easy it is and how much of an impact it has. So what is it? ngrok is a reverse proxy, kind of offers itself as a tunneling service. There are tons of alternatives out there, and what's wild is how easy it is to use. So when we look at, I think one of my favorite things, I just went and browsed their website. This is what, oops, there we go. This is what their website looks like. This is the marketing. It's like, oh, we're going to enable SSH access with one command. We're going to put local hosts on the internet. We're going to connect to networks without pain, which hopefully for everyone in this room sounds like a nightmare. From a different perspective, though, this is exactly what developers want to do. In a lot of cases, just to get something up and running and to test it, to make sure that it's a viable product. And so that's how they're positioning this. I took a look at these and I said, I could probably make a vendor ad pretty easily by just changing the background and moving those same lines over. And that's exactly, right? It's a different perspective. The one thing I will say about ngrok, adversaries don't put the proper protections in place, but ngrok allows you to. So if you wanted to use ngrok legitimately, you can do SSO, you can do SAML, you can do MFA. And so those capabilities exist. Adversaries obviously aren't doing that. So let's take a look at how it works. We've seen this for a while, but it's starting to see more use. Really, these adversaries, whether they're nation state, whether they're e-crime, they've got runbooks. And over time, they learn about new tools and they add them to the repertoire. And so this is absolutely one of those that we're seeing starting to trend upwards. We're seeing it used for command and control and then exfil, and so I'll show both examples of those. And once again, the benefits for the adversary are absolutely the same as AnyDesk. It's a legitimate application. So I want to break down how it works. I didn't want to put in a whole lot of theory slides, but I think it's important to know what's happening here. So an adversary usually can't reach out to a specific host because, well, there may be a firewall in place blocking that connection. That host may actually not have a public IP. Maybe it's NATed. And so there's no way for them to directly access that host for the most part. And so how ngrok works is once you install that, or once you move that binary over and you run it, that host reaches out to DNS, communicates with the ngrok service, and opens up a tunnel over port 443. Now from a blue side, what we're looking at is just an outbound communication over 443. Nothing crazy there, very difficult to block, and that communication is held open. Now the adversary has a ngrok domain that they can access. They access the ngrok service, and it pushes it through that tunnel. And And so you never see an incoming connection, so to speak. So that's what makes this really dangerous. So this is literally the command you run. You run ngrok tcp22. It's going to reach out to ngrok, give you a domain, and the domain in this case is right here. It's for tcp-ngrok.io, and then over port, what is that, 11,200? And that's all you need to access at that point, from anywhere. So on my phone, I could go and say, great, I want to, I don't have an SSH client, but if I did, I could access that from anywhere in the world. Here's what it looks like. You see me trying to SSH to my local host, and it's been shut down by the host firewall. But if I want to go and access that same host through ngrok, I can put in the ngrok domain, specify the port, and enter the password, and all of a sudden I've connected. And so it bypasses a lot of the traditional controls, especially from a perimeter perspective. Another thing it can do, so actually let me back up for a second. This here allows you to host any port, not just SSH. And so how it can be used is you could stand up, a Python file server and tunnel to that port, right? And that exposes your files. It's a little bit extra work, an extra step. ngrok actually allows you to do that with a single command as well. You run ngrok http and point to the directory that you want to point to. It says, great, I've given you a new domain, and I'll give you access to the files in that particular directory. So here it is in action. They can literally just drop it into a browser and navigate right to your directory. And so pretty powerful for exfil. Once again, not impossible to stop, but just another avenue that we actively see adversaries using. So if I want to recommend anything, once again, we're going to black hole domain. That's my favorite way to stop a lot of these legitimate services because they have domains that don't change very often. And so if you block that, all of a sudden you see this application struggling to reach out. It can't reach its certification revocation list. It can't access the tunnel domain because I blocked those. And so it just shuts that down. So you can download ngrok all you want, but once you launch it, you're not getting out. Now, once again, maybe you can specify a different DNS server depending on how a network is configured. Maybe you reach out to 8.8.8 and you get around that. All right, Sliver. I want to fully get ahead of this. Bishop Fox is here as a sponsor, and they are definitely more of an expert in this tool than I am. I think one of the people who actually wrote Sliver is here, and so hit them up if you have any further questions beyond what I'm going to show you here. So what is Sliver? It's a C2 framework. It's built, once again, by Bishop Fox. And the intention is not necessarily for it to be an adversary tool. It's meant to do red team engagements. And as we know, if we build really good teams for our blue/red team, adversaries are going to pick those up and start leveraging them. The alternatives here are your traditional Cobalt Strike or Metasploit or Covenant. Now, the big advantage here for Sliver is that it's free. It's open source. With that, we do see it as a trending tool. It's not entirely new, but we do see adversaries starting to pick that up more and more. They're using it for command and control and exfiltration, just like the last tool, but also there's some pretty nifty defense evasion tricks in there. So not only is it free, but every time you generate an implant, it dynamically creates that to where it doesn't have the same hash every time, and you don't have to manually go keep evading things. One interesting thing to note here is that I downloaded it with Microsoft Edge, and Microsoft Edge says, hey, I can't tell you this binary is bad, but it's pretty rare. We've never seen this executable downloaded before, which I think is a cool functionality that browsers are starting to implement. So even if they don't have a true match on an MD5 and it being a known bad file, it'll let you know, hey, this is rare, and quite frankly, Microsoft Edge sees enough traffic to where they can make that determination. It's gaining popularity. I was just trying to get to Sliver's webpage, and I just kept getting bombarded with all these articles. It's like, hey, adversaries are using this over Cobalt Strike. So very clearly, CrowdStrike isn't the only one seeing that shift. So I had to stand up a little bit of infrastructure to get this to work. I thought about just skipping over this. But once again, if you're a blue teamer that doesn't have a whole lot of red team experience, I mean, like me, quite frankly, it's important to know what the adversary has to do to get these things to work. So first up, I could have done this locally. The way they're leveraging it is going to be through the open internet, through usually a fresh domain. And so that's where I started. Started with Google Domains. I bought a domain, and then I spun up an AWS EC2 instance, trying to keep my costs pretty low. And once you have those two, you can set the domain or the DNS records for that new domain to redirect to that AWS environment. And so once again, this is not my strength, this is not my background. It took me half a morning to get all this stood up. And so as you operationalize this, this could absolutely be automated. You start putting in randomly generated domains. It's very low lift for adversaries to stand up this basic infrastructure. So what does that mean for everything? There's two important things to note here. If you go to this tinyfragmentofwood.com, it will redirect you to my IP address of my EC2 instance. Now, what's crucial about this is because I registered it through Google and I haven't really changed any of the defaults, with the authoritative answer for that DNS query is this nscloud-d1 Google domain. So basically what that means is the source of truth for where that domain should be redirected, it lives with Google. And so if I send a DNS request, it's just going to go to the Google infrastructure. So as an attacker, that's not very helpful for me. Now, sure, I could adjust this to send it somewhere else, and that's exactly what I did in the second one. I created a subdomain called really tiny fragment of wood, created some DNS records, and so now the source of truth lies directly at that EC2 instance. And so now, when anyone on the internet makes a query for this new domain or this subdomain, that DNS request is going to be sent and directed to that EC2 instance. So not only am I sending traffic, we're just talking DNS record, or DNS queries are now heading that way too. So we got our infrastructure in place. Let's go ahead and install it. Once again, I keep coming back to this. These tools are incredibly easy to use, and that's why we see adversaries leveraging them. So in this case, it's a one-liner for a Linux installation. We're literally just curling it, passing it over to Bash, and it's doing all the work for you. I think maybe I had to type in a Y for yes at some point. That was it. Super, super easy. The next thing is, great, the DNS network, the hive mind knows to send it to this IP address, but it doesn't do any good if that host isn't listening for DNS traffic, or if it's not expecting to process DNS queries. So the first thing I did was open up a security group within AWS to allow port 53 through. And then the other thing is I booted up Sliver and I said, great, I need to start a DNS listener. Once again, a one-liner. I said DNS-domains, and I put the domain in. So now all of a sudden that service is actively listening, the security group is allowing that traffic through, and we're ready to go. Generating an implant. That's the next step of a C2 infrastructure. That's great. You have everything listening. You're waiting. Who's going to reach out? Well, that's where your implants come in. So once again, it's a one-liner. We're going to generate a beacon. We'll go into the options here in a second. But in this case, I'm focused on DNS implants. I put the domain that I've redirected, and I've determined where it's going to be saved. And you can even specify operating system here. So here are some of the options. DNS, HTTP, MTLS, and WireGuard are all options for protocols. I stuck with DNS for this one because that's where I'm most comfortable at. And then from an operating system perspective, it's literally just a -OS, and you can specify for whatever you want, and it'll dynamically generate it for any of those systems. The important thing to note here, and probably the most important flag, is your implant type. And so this may be something that's not immediately evident to people that haven't used this before. There's two different types. There's session and there's beacon. And maybe you can see, I don't need you to read anything on this slide, but maybe you can see that the Wireshark on the left-hand side for session is going nuts. And basically it's sending out a ton of DNS requests. They're text records going out and they're hitting the attacker infrastructure. And so that's super noisy and should be really, really evident to anyone that's even keeping a remote eye on that. On the right-hand side, there's a beacon implant. And that's more of the method you use to stay kind of low and silent. And so it's sending it out. I think it's got some jitter in there, so that means there's a variation for how often it reaches out, but you're seeing that once a minute or once every 2 minutes. And so, of course, looking at this, you're like, well, I want a beacon implant. I don't want to be making all this noise. But from the attacker's perspective, there's an advantage to how often the session implant talks to that server. So when we start to run commands, you'll notice the one on the left comes back immediately. I'm running PWD, I'm running who am I think I run one more maybe. Yeah, if config, and it's coming back immediately. On the right-hand side, I run PWD, and it says, great, I just tasked that beacon. And so it has to wait for that beacon to reach out to respond. And that has some implications for how you leverage it. It also limits you. A session implant can be used to actually stand up a true shell inside that host, whereas a beacon implant doesn't allow you to actually stand up a shell at all. So Once you establish that session, there's a ton of different commands here. And the takeaway for everyone in the room here, you see some commands you probably recognize. There's cat, there's ifconfig, there's kill, there's ls, right? And it may be one of those things where you immediately assume, oh great, I'm just gonna run ls on this host. And that's not exactly what's happening. What's happening is you're sending that to your implant, and your implant is using system calls to return that information. And so it's not going to show up in your command history. It's not going to show up through any of those traditional mechanisms. The other advantage of this is, thank God I can finally run ls against a Windows host, right? Like, holy hell, it makes it so much easier as a single command. And so if you were to open a shell, then you're interacting directly with that endpoint. But here it's kind of abstracted. It's all running from the already running implant. So here it is in action. You'll see once we actually execute that implant on the host, we get a callback and it says, hey, Modern Army just checked in. And we can use the use command to go select that implant. And we start running those commands. One thing that I particularly liked about Sliver is that it goes through and it assigns a code name for every implant. And that's really handy because I've used some in the past that just give it a 1 through 6 or whatever, a number. That's hard to keep track of. So what Sliver does is it assigns it an adjective and a noun, and so in this case it's Modern Army. I think another one a while back was Cultural Coast, Boiling Comment, right? And that makes it much more identifiable. Those names are changeable. But moving on, the final piece I'm going to talk about is opening a shell. And so you can run the shell command. It says, hey, this is bad OPSEC. Are you sure you want to do this? Like, are you an adult? Which I love the snark. And so you can run that. And the thing that I noticed is it opens up a new process, right? From a Defender perspective, this is really easy to spot because now you see PowerShell being executed from the parent process of, in this case, it's culturalcoast.exe. Super, super visible. It's going to get you caught. So let's talk about that for a second. What happens when you get caught? Sliver has an amazing functionality that allows you to generate a DNS canary. And so how this works is when you're generating your implant up top, you can use the tag canary and specify another domain. So when these are generated, there are very few strings that are visible that can tie that implant back to your infrastructure. It's all obfuscated. But when you use canary, it says, cool, I'm just going to drop this domain as a raw string. The thought there is that once a defender finds that, they're going to say, well, I need to dive into this. They're going to run strings. It's going to print out a bunch of nonsense, and they're going to find a domain. I say, got him. They're going to go resolve that domain, and as soon as that resolution comes through, our canaries go from, yeah, it's never been triggered, to, oh, by the way, this particular implant queried this, or I'm sorry, this particular implant may have been found. This DNS domain was queried, and we see it triggered, and we even see when it triggered. We don't see the host or the IP address with DNS queries, depending on how it's configured. That wouldn't necessarily always take you back to the end host that actually triggered it, but we know an implant was discovered and there's some investigation done. So I thought that was a really cool functionality. So keep in mind, this recommendation is for the specific path I used. I'm sure that there's people who know Sliver that are squirming in their chairs, waiting to ask me questions after this. But what about this? How could I hide this? From the perspective of how I used it, there was a tremendous amount of text records being used. And so those typically we don't see a lot of, and especially if you're using a session implant, you're going to see an absolute ton, so it should spike up pretty quickly. So last but not least, fscan. It didn't have an icon, and I figured this was as good as anything else. Yeah, right, that's how official icons are born. This one is just a network scanner, and I say that, I don't mean to be dismissive of it, but it doesn't bring anything that new to this ecosystem. You could use Nmap, you could use Advanced IP Scanner, Port Authority, all these are great alternatives. It is pretty quick, it's written in Go, and it was released in the last couple of years. It's just on somebody's GitHub, right? Put a nice little panda icon up there. We see a lot of Chinese actors using this, and so I was really excited. I started looking at the documentation, right, and man, there's all kinds of stuff that this tool can do, and I was like, great, let's see how the adversaries are using it. This is the first tool in a lot of cases that we get to see what the adversary is doing because you download it to the victim host and you run commands. So I was like, awesome. They're probably like doing some really advanced stuff. And they're really not. I was kind of let down, actually. They're just using FScan to scan the environment. They're not even using the vulnerability scanners. They're just looking for their next hops. They're looking for open ports. And so I almost excluded this from my talk altogether, but I think there's an important thing to note here. And this is something we see across all of our intrusions. Adversaries still have to do discovery once they gain access to an environment. Nation state as well. I know we put them up on this ivory tower that they're mystical creatures that are able to do things through the wires. But this next level of discovery is needed. And we're seeing Chinese actors use this tool just to say, hey, what ports are open, what hosts are there? And so whether that is host discovery or network discovery or domain discovery, it's a crucial part of that. I think I have to pay money if I say kill chain, but it's part of the process, right? So how do we find this? Luckily, network scans are incredibly noisy. You're going to see one host reaching out to a bunch of other hosts over a bunch of ports. And so not too difficult to spot. So to close it out, we looked at 4 tools. AnyDesk was a remote access tool. My favorite way to kind of block that from your environment is to block any DNS request going out to net.anydesk.com. Keep in mind, there are tons of competitors out there against AnyDesk. And so you block this one, you probably need to go look up the other domains as well. ngrok is a reverse proxy / tunneling tool. Once again, we can black hole that at the edge of our network. And we can stop a lot of those ngrok agents being able to actually reach back out to the service. For Sliver, at least in the way that I used it with the DNS tunnel, blocking text records stops a lot of that activity, or at least monitoring for it. Maybe not blocking, but monitoring for it. And then FScan, of course, you're just monitoring network traffic. So with that said, does anybody have any questions? All right, go ahead.
For AnyDesk, I know a lot of clients I work with, they actually use AnyDesk themselves. What do you say would be like either like swapping from AnyDesk or kind of what's like kind of the best way if they need to use a remote access service, they don't have a lot of money to afford them. What's kind of like the least one you've seen or best way to kind of prevent that? Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. You have a question box.
That's neat. Yeah.
Does that have a mic in it? Do you want to repeat the question? Because I was about to, but I'll let you do it so you can get it right.
Yeah, of course. So I know a lot of clients use AnyDesk themselves for remote access into their systems. Is there either any good either alternatives for AnyDesk that adversaries don't use as often, but doesn't cost as much as a lot of clients don't have that money for remote access, or is there kind of like a specific method to block adversaries with AnyDesk, but not the current clients? I'd assume like doing an IP specific, but obviously a lot of clients that use AnyDesk don't have technical knowledge to do that.
Well, and the problem with blocking it at the IP level is the host isn't reaching out to adversary-controlled space, right? They're reaching out to the AnyDesk service. And so my recommendation works great if you're not using AnyDesk, but works terribly if you do. Now, the issue with saying, well, they use AnyDesk, I'm going to use something else. Odds are if I'm an adversary, I'm going to log on, I'm going to see if there's any remote access tooling, and I'm probably going to leverage that because I know it's not blocked. It's really tough if a company uses that. I would have to look further into like maybe there's opportunities to authenticate differently, maybe like a 2-factor authentication within AnyDesk or something like that. Maybe you can push that out to a third party like Okta. Would probably be a better approach than trying to like shift services to dodge what adversaries are using, because they'll just follow you there, especially if it's easy to use. So that's not a great answer. It's not satisfactory, but I think it's an honest one. So. All right, so yeah, we got some possible opportunities in the crowd. All right, we got another question here.
The Sliver client is running on the victim box, right? So it should be.
Sorry, could you? This is really weird. For anyone on the stream, there's this weird box. Could you hold the box closer to your face?
Like this?
Yeah, that's perfect. There we go.
Okay, so the Sliver client is running on the victim box, so it should be visible on that perspective, and network communication also, right?
Yeah, so it is running on the victim box, and depending on how tight you have your processes tuned down, maybe you're looking at certain API calls being ran. Maybe you could detect that, but most of the time, most AVs at least are trying to block it at MD5 level to stop it from even getting on the box. But you're correct, it is running on the victim host. And in theory, you could go to your processes and actually find it. I did some procmon and absolutely found that. It's just, it's a different name, it's a different MD5, and so it's harder to look for a specific implant if you don't know what you're looking for, is the issue. And so that's why I tend to lean on, there's gonna be network communications coming out of that host, that's probably how you find it, and then you work backwards.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a throwable box, this is great.
You mentioned as a possible mitigation for ngrok to black hole the domain. Is it possible to configure ngrok with your domain of your choice, or is it just sort of set in stone?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for you. I don't want to say yes or no, but ngrok's got a lot of capabilities. Let me look into it, and we can talk offline. Yeah, because that would absolutely shatter that, right? It does require a bigger investment from an adversary to go buy the domain, to stand everything up, and then you have to register an account with ngrok to do any of those more advanced features. So there is a more inherent cost, but a dedicated adversary is going to do all that stuff. So it's a really good call. And just to give you some feedback from how we see it in our environments, or I guess our clients' environments, it's normally just ran with ngrok without specifying a different type of domain. And so capability-wise, possibly, but we don't see, at least from our narrow window of the world, we don't see it happening like that. Yeah, good question, though. Got a question behind you there?
Hi. I was curious what signals that Falcon picks up that indicates it's sliver, or is that just figured out after like sort of finding the badness?
Yeah, it's usually found after the fact because it is a new MD5. Keep in mind, we have the Falcon side of the house that's the sensor doing its detections. That's a totally different world than the threat hunting side. And so we're not necessarily looking for those signatures. We're looking for surrounding behaviors. So maybe they installed a service, maybe they created a new account, maybe they ran a certain command from a weird parent process, right? We hone in on that and then kind of build out. And that's usually where we come across sliver. So yeah, it's a great question though. All right, any other questions? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off stage here. If you have any questions, feel free to come up and talk to me over here. Thank you all so much for attending my talk.
I'll just speak really loud. Oh, it's working now. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. We are still waiting for the speaker for this talk, but just to make sure, track 2, Shodan, OSINT automation to mass exploitation of vulnerabilities. We'll keep you guys posted where your speaker is. We're still hunting him down. I don't know where he went. Maybe. Yeah. Does anyone have any IOCs on where he might be?
Not sure.
Yeah, this is what DEF CON's gonna have. No, this is kind of what DEF CON's like. Everybody's pretty just chill. That's a section of the business I'm not really exposed to, so. Firewall device goes. There's only so many iterations on that, permutations of that, that there could be. Nope. Oh, it's Cactus 2023 explanation. Capital C. Sorry. 3 letters. 3 letters. I know he knows exactly, I know it's not gonna get out of here.
Hello! I am not the speaker you're looking for. They're not here. So we're working on getting another talk over here right now. You can stand by if you want to for that, or you can head to one of the other awesome things going on at CactusCon. Sorry about that. The Showdown talk will not be going on today.
Why don't we hop on Shodan anyway and pick a random company?
I don't think I would color box. Side
Why don't we go over there?
Yeah, gateways, USB serial here. And then there's different connectors that have got, yeah, HDMI, this is the OLED. They actually have a button over at badge hackers place. If you hit it, it'll broadcast to the badges that cause the blocks to play. This is probably what that is. That way you find out what they're. I wish I had like a.
Those also have a like low energy.
Oh really?
They don't have GPS. But they do have at least it's somewhat terrible. It's driven. It's literally like NFL GPS, like a high accuracy GPS. There's libraries. You can do like yes, that was one option. But there's things that I do want to so my thought was like I would, I'd dump the firmware off the cluster and figure out like where the logic is, right, for it to do some things and kill it. I dumped the ROM, but I started researching it. Ended up like just researching it until it's like they put, as far as I can tell, the processor that they're using, like the microprocessor that's running on the processor it's like a proprietary like CAN bus interfaces and shit. And it has an option to encrypt the firmware. And so like it loads it, it's like signed and everything, encrypted on the ROM. So when it loads it, it decrypts it in real time and then some. So I dumped this ROM and I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is fucking illegible. And like, they were talking about it in the other thing. Yeah. They will usually say like, oh, here's a file system, here's some encryption keys. Like, no. It's just like, isn't that high entropy? BIOS is though? It's like the wrong chip. Yeah, just motherboards. They don't want you dumping their hardware or their firmware. I mean, flashing around. Yeah. So I'm like, great. I don't expect people to do it, just in case. So, oh, the hardware hacking? There's a community of people that does that. That I can see. This is next level. So, I know this, but I imagine people with bunny suits and a fucking lab environment. Couldn't you solder stuff to the ends of the ROM and then once it's loaded, the memory, freeze the memory and then dump it? Well, the ROM is just there, but then it's pulled up into the memory on the device. Yeah, right? But the processor has the memory. And it's signed. And that's what surprises me because normally they have to decide something really here's the processor.
do have some readers that
What do you mean you don't carry this?
you don't go to a
Yeah.
well, it wasn't
Okay.
it gets later.
I can see the tree.
Stickers and t-shirts. Posters. Let's see. So what's this? 3 o'clock for a half hour is almost partial. It's a couple of minutes. Restart.
I'm going to the IR.
I did check. All 3 streams are still recording.
Did you check?
No, actually, we're
I need to go wave my joke at the camera.
the helicopter. I'll go stand in like a can.
Next in line, right? We'll get first line.
Azure Hotel. Yes, and they're like, oh yeah, no, there's too much construction going on. They've been in the for like a couple months now. They just started late. They're gonna be up early. So it's just they just started doing their services down in Illinois. Way more than 400 partners. All right. Yeah. Okay.
We're like traveling in a herd now.
Yeah. Herd mentality. Just moves. So he has two, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You guys go to InfoSec for that training? Oh, just a tip mobile. We're going to try some type of physical security or something.
Yeah.
Oh, like a
Yeah,
stage.
they walked out with like tons of alcohol, ATM, keys to the ATMs. He made it all the way to the cage. I don't know. I don't know if that's the fun part of the story is all the physical stuff, right? Yeah. It's here. One part of it, like, they got on an elevator. And they got on the elevator. like a real crafty
It wasn't downloaded or anything. Do you think it was download? Did they download it directly from the website? Sorry, you get a very good.
Yeah, they had a website that they pulled down. It was weird. It was like the level of sophistication when you're in was really high. The level of sophistication once they're in is really bad. My thought is maybe initial access broker exploited and then they did it up with some amateur ransomware.
Was it?
But then they didn't even have a Bitcoin address or anything in the ransom document.
So you think, yeah. So was it like a human operator? Oh, it sounds like human. We've kind of moved on before we like talk things, but then as an engineer, like all the junior people that have to do like they want a professional answer. Like we like answers for services. That's what we felt like. So wanting to investigate is like we're not professionals, but
Remember when we disconnected the terminal server at the university? Well, that last time we didn't plug it back in.
oh yeah.
Yeah, so we had a remote desktop gateway that was on at the university, and we had no login. And so I set up a Greylog server.
Hello. All right, up next, we have Casey Beaumont talking about documenting incident response. Thanks for coming.
Alrighty, hey guys. Like was mentioned, just make sure you're in the right talk. We're talking about the single source of truth and documenting and leading incident response. So it's a topic we don't often really think about too much. We think about IR as how are we going to solve the mystery, but there's more that goes into it than that, right? We need to have deliverables at the end. We need to have someone kind of leading the way. So we're going to go over a lot of things in this presentation, starting with pre-planning around roles and responsibilities, and having an incident response plan in place so that all of this isn't just knowledge in the head of someone on your IR team, but formally documented. Because if you think about your own companies and everything everyone knows on your teams, how much of that is written down? So if they left tomorrow with no notice, how many people could pick up the slack? Then we will assume you're in the midst of an incident and discuss what needs to be documented and how, and the best ways to keep these deliverables neat and helpful. We'll tackle both created documents for easing the investigation, incident artifacts themselves, and after action. So a little bit about me and why I'm talking about this. I've been coming to CactusCon off and on since it was hosted out of Dave & Buster's, which had definitely a certain charm to it. My background originally was in computer systems engineering, so I very briefly was a developer. I took one class in security in college because, in 2010 there wasn't much to go from, and luckily fell into security, and I've been happy ever since. I'm currently an incident response manager at Marsh McLennan, a global financial services firm, but I started out in defense. I started out as a defense contractor, and that was kind of a great way to learn IR, because they typically have the budget, the policy, which is extremely important, the seriousness around security, and the training to really get you started from nothing. I've been doing direct incident response for over 10 years, and I'm a sucker for process and documentation, so I very naturally started scribing these things. I very naturally started being the one to be taking notes on what was going on, and kind of fell into being an incident response lead and manager for the team. So first, we're going to talk roles, responsibilities, and realities. And let me give the context too that I work at a Fortune 500. We have staffing, we have documentation. We're not perfect, but our level of sophistication is generally higher. If this is not you, customized to your needs. If I'm gonna go over something and you're like, there's no way, we can't do, like, we're nowhere near this level of documentation, that's cool. If you Google incident response plans, for instance, you'll see a lot of examples are a single document. I'm gonna describe something more than that, but start where you can. So why do you need an incident response lead or a scribe? And I wanna preface this by, I gave a similar talk to this purely on incident response plans at a conference back in October. And it was a conference for rural broadband telecom, an industry I wasn't intimately familiar with. Before my talk, there was a tabletop exercise that everyone kind of did together. It was a smaller conference, like 150 people. And I participated, and as I sat with those folks, it was revealed to me that most of the companies represented were across the board understaffed, wearing multiple hats, and not at the level of sophistication that you kind of get used to in a larger company or if you've only worked at large firms. So when faced with a question like, how does your vulnerability management handle new major threats like SolarWinds? A couple of them said, we don't have time for that. That goes right past us because we can't do that. So if your IT team is your security team, and that's 2 people in your whole organization, you gotta start small, but you have to think and define who steps into these roles ahead of time. Because if you only have a limited security team and nobody is taking notes and nobody is keeping track in an incident, and this is something major, you're gonna have a bad time. So know in advance, even if you don't have the luxury of a dedicated role, who's gonna be doing these things. So why is this important and what do these roles give us? And let's talk big picture here. And this could be a little unique to a larger organization, but you might have a cyber incident response team as well as a general incident response team at your organization. So the cyber incident response team is kind of what we're talking about here, which is like the separate call where it's all the technical folks working the investigation. And the IR lead is on that call, kind of facilitating, leading, but then feeding updates through their leadership and translating the technical updates into digestible content for the business. Then your leadership or you, however your organization does it, maybe your CISO, takes that to the general incident response team, and I'll talk a little bit about that later, which handles the business level handling of legal, privacy, continuity, client relationships, briefing the C-level, things like that, making decisions with the data you're giving them. So first, be prepared with an incident response plan. Everything is so much easier if you have a plan before. This is not a good incident response plan. If your incident response plan is update your resume, you're doing it wrong. Don't rely on winging it. We all have to start from somewhere, right? You know, we've all been at companies or at incidents where you're kind of largely winging it, and each one gets a little bit better. But incidents can be emotional things, and having a plan provides a guide rail to hold on to when things get rough. And you might say, well, can't our third-party IR firm that we're going to engage our retainer in do this for us? And yes, they can. You know, they can kind of perform that IR lead role for you. They're going to be documenting it for you. But wouldn't you like to be able to focus them where you want them to be focused and use them to both confirm your own work and instantly increase your 24/7 staffing? In a perfect world, you want to engage that IR firm and say, we just need bodies. You know, we've got talented people, but we've only got 3 of them or 5 of them or something like that. We just want more folks that we can direct at the knowledge and get the right answer faster. So what is an incident response plan? An incident response plan is your place to detail your approach to incident response so that your organization is prepared in advance, right? So you're going to talk about the big picture activities that are required and what you hold yourself to as a company. You're going to talk about the step-by-step flow of processing an incident, not the step-by-step of exactly how you do every little thing to solve the mystery, but how does an event turn into an incident? How does it get to certain teams? Who is involved in incident response and who are the decision makers? And then contact information to engage teams, communication requirements, and deliverables. So this is really important because you don't want to be arguing over whose role and responsibility is what during the incident. You don't want to have a power struggle between teams and IT during an incident. Now, coming back to the general incident response plans, we're talking about cyber incidents specifically, but your org may also, have a general incident response plan to cover things that are outside of security, right? So you might have an outage in an application, but it's not a security issue. It went down. It's affecting people. The general incident response plan is engaged to solve that. However, these incident response plans are linked, developed together, and major incident response often involves both, particularly when it comes to data. So defining an IT security incident is purely, let's say, a server has malware running on it, but that's it. You contain it, it's fine, end of story. That's purely an IT security incident. A purely data incident is a colleague emailed the wrong client's data to another client. Whoops, they're going to contact privacy. They're going to handle that as a general incident. The second you have a server was compromised and data was exfiltrated and now it's online, that's a hybrid incident and all hands are on deck because you need those other teams to help you out. Early triage in all of these, like if something comes in through the service desk, they might have a triage that kind of figures out what kind of incident is this, who are we sending it to. It might be part of your plans too to say like, okay, if it's an IT security incident, at what point are you engaging the other team and vice versa to make sure they're engaged at the right time. So talking about how we can break an incident response plan into digestible pieces. This is one way of doing it so that you can have pieces of it that are shareable, pieces of it that are not. If we break it into, policy, process, playbooks, and procedures, it makes it a little bit easier. And so depending on the size of and what you already have, you could have an incident response plan that all is one document, but doing it this way really helps out. Policy addresses purpose, scope, roles, responsibility, management commitment, coordination among organizational entities, and compliance. But don't reinvent the wheel. You don't have to write a policy from scratch. Pick a guideline like NIST and base your policy around it. Say we can realistically hold ourselves to the standard, and you copy and paste out of NIST. A process will facilitate the implementation of the policy and associated controls. So it's more like the flow of events and all steps taken in a typical response, what teams are doing what. And that flow, maybe with like a flow chart, is not saying like in the weeds, first we're gonna look at this log, then we're gonna look at this log. It's here's how our events come in, here's how the SOC gets them, here's how they triage it. It might break off and be handled by other predefined procedures, but then here's how it gets into incident response and what teams are involved. Then playbooks, this is where it starts getting into more of a luxury. So playbooks are something that your IR team might generate from scenarios that haven't happened yet, but you want to be prepared for. So whatever's keeping you up at night. If you're thinking, we've never had an incident in a cloud, and I don't really know how we'd handle it if an Oracle Cloud instance has a problem. So you're gonna write a playbook for that. You're gonna investigate it, you're gonna find the teams that would be involved, and you write it out as a playbook. An early one that's an easy win because it kind of covers a lot of incident response is ransomware. So our first playbook was ransomware because, most things can lead to ransomware, And so you'd write the whole playbook of, what do you do and what's different about ransomware that you might want to predefine in advance, like what's your policy on things. That's shareable to the different teams that might be involved. So if you're calling out a team in the playbook saying, this team's gonna do this for us, make sure they've seen your playbook and have agreed to do these things. And then your playbook might link to procedures. So in ransomware, you might be like, well, if it came in through email, let me link to procedures on how to do something very specific. So I want a procedure on, here's all the methods we use to analyze URLs in email. Here's all the methods we use to analyze an attachment. Anytime that you've got a repeatable process that someone knows how to do technically, make it a procedure, put it somewhere, because you know that when major incidents happen, that's when your best guy on the team is on vacation for 2 weeks, or on medical leave because he just had a baby, or is super sick or whatever. Maybe they've just left the company and taken all their knowledge with them. If you have a new hire, you want to be able to point them to, oh yeah, you don't know how to pull that log? Here's how, it's written down, here's what access you need, and here's how to do it in a consistent way. It's also important to think about where the stuff gets stored before it happens. For audit purposes, for metrics purposes, you hopefully have some sort of ticketing system, either homegrown, you've bought a solution. But you need to consider, what's the access control to that ticketing system? Can anyone in your company go in there and search their own name and see if they've ever been involved in an incident or an internal investigation? That's not great. So for most stuff, it's going to be in your ticketing system, but what about major incidents that are a little bit scarier? You're going to want some restricted access, and you can do this in any way you want. If you have a ticketing system that has like a special module for only security where it's private, awesome. If you don't, you could have a general ticket with a link in it to a restricted access SharePoint and say, okay, well, all the documentation's over here, but I can control who can see it. If it's really bad, or if it's a very sensitive incident where you're like, even new hires in security, I don't know if they should be able to see it. It's need to know only the people who were there should be able to see it, encrypt it further. And then it's important to talk to your legal team about retention periods, planning for legal holds, and standardized naming conventions so that you can keep track of all of this. So I could deep dive very heavily into incident response plans, the components of each. So if that interests you, reach out to me later, and I've got a whole presentation on that with kind of more in-depth into each section. However, for this, we're focused on what we want to accomplish specifically as an IR lead and or scribe in documenting a major cyber incident. So what are our goals? So first and foremost, we want to get through the incident lifecycle, right? We want to survive this incident. Your job is to help the teams quickly and efficiently move through analysis, containment, eradication, without having to manage on their own the documentation side of things. IR is directly involved in a lot of these things. You know, the preparation is kind of what we've covered before. Detection is something along with your SOC, you know, finding out something's happening in the first place, and then you're going to be going through the rest of the steps a lot. But it's important to consider, where does your job end as an incident responder? You know, you can't handhold the whole way. There's going to be a point where you have to release this to the business and say, okay, we've completed the investigation, the problem is gone, persistence is gone, we want you to rebuild these systems, we have these recommendations. You can't directly do that yourself, but you have to identify where your role ends in being on daily calls, and you know, you need to be able to trust the business to recover back to a typical state. And a big part of incident response as a leader is getting the right parties notified immediately. Your process may help define who notifies who. So maybe you'll say, you know, you don't want anyone just randomly going and notifying the C-level. There should be the proper flow of information. But it's important to be timely both for regulatory reasons and so that a business CISO isn't the last one to hear about an incident affecting their organization. So I put a bunch of teams on here. It really depends on the situation, but as an IR lead, part of your role is getting the right person on the phone if there's something that needs to be done that you can't do directly. So often the hardest part is figuring out who from the business side owns a thing. So you've got an application, it's been defaced, it's down, something's clearly wrong, but you're like, I don't know in this major company what business unit owns this, I don't know what team owns this, I need to find out how. And you might be lucky, you might have a group that through that general incident response plan is dedicated to figuring that out. They might be able to get the phone, you know, on the phone, whoever you need. But if you don't have that resource, you need to have a plan for figuring out, okay, do I have contacts for messaging? Do I have contacts for the business? Who do I talk to when inevitably it's 3 a.m. and you need to get someone up? And it's your job to call those people in the night and say, you know, you're in charge of this team, you're gonna be helping, otherwise you're gonna have a problem. So what do we want to accomplish with our records of the incident? So we want to be able to tell the story and answer questions later. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of a goldfish. And if someone asks me about an incident that happened last week, I'm like, which one? I don't know. You know, it's hard to keep in your head the facts straight of something that happened. And you'll find that people come to you asking questions 9 months later, 2 years later. You want to be able to have all of it written down. You want a detailed, searchable artifact and host list so you can cross-reference future incidents or confirm actions taken. So someone might say, hey, this is a year later. Hey, this username is kind of familiar in this ticket. Were they involved in that previous incident? You can go check. Someone might come to you and say, hey, just sanity checking. Did that host get reimaged? What did we do with that? You better have the answer. You can't just leave these things unfinished. And then legal retention considerations. This could come back as a court case. You don't know until you've been through the whole thing how bad it's going to get. So accurate, objective documentation is essential for your legal team so that you can just hand them all this and be like, we've got it all. We've got all the data that feeds into it, here's the story, and they can speak from that. So legal considerations are especially important the second this becomes a data incident, right? Because now you have to consider regulatory issues. It really depends on your industry, and this is not your area of expertise. This is legal's area. So let them make the decisions about what's going to happen and who's going to be notified, because you might not know. You might not be thinking about everything. So loop them in the second it's appropriate to. There's also issues sometimes with country. If you've got a global organization, depending on where the assets are sitting, depending on whose data is at risk, there could be other reporting requirements. Or maybe you have a special customer or client where you've signed something, you've agreed to some different reporting requirements saying, okay, well, I'll call your SOC within 24 hours if a certain kind of incident happens. For the parties managing the incident, for your own IR team, you might face legal holds where you're told, do not destroy logs, don't destroy information, or stop trade orders, where if it's bad enough, your legal team might say, you're going to be issued a stop trade order so that you can't dump your stock before this hits the news, right? So now to talk about how things play out when you get paged for something funky happening off hours. It has to be off hours or Friday at 4 p.m. because it has to. That's just the rule of IR. And how does it play out? So typically, this clip of The Matrix just shows Neo dodging bullets, but I expanded it a little bit to include the part where he gets clipped, because after all, you might get lucky sometimes. You might be super prepared as an organization, and you skip a lot of major issues or some of the big vulnerabilities in the news. Maybe you handle it perfectly, and not a single host had a compromise from some big thing in the news. But it's gonna happen. If it hasn't happened to you, it did, you just missed it. So does your incident response plan, does all the pre-work you did give you the bare bones you need to get the right people on the phone and the ability to investigate properly? With the right preparation and experienced team, your goal is to feel so on top of it that you're engaging a third-party IR, but you're not just relying on them to do all the work. You're using them as equal teammates. You're using them to check your own work. You're providing them information just like they provide you information, and then they're the nice objective third party. Are we good? Nope. They're the objective third party that is comforting to your C-level to say, okay, our internal team's not the only one saying that we handled it appropriately, but your third party firm is validating what you've done. So what does the incident response lead do? And I keep mentioning an incident response lead and a scribe. If you are super luxurious, you might have the luxury of 2 dedicated bodies for this. I do both. I'm the lead, but you end up being the scribe too. But the primary responsibilities are incident stand-up, so creating dedicated resources. So you've planned all this out in advance, how you're going to do this. What tools are you going to use? Are you going to have like a private Teams channel where it's access controlled? Where are you telling people to dump logs? Where are you, what is your plan for out-of-band communications? Where are you doing with your documentation? Initial notifications. An IR lead is the person who needs to be getting the right teams involved, notifying the right people, and sending out that first status message to maybe your CISO saying, here's what we know, here's the background, here's what we've done, and here's what we're going to do. There's also the delegation of tasks and decision making. So you delegate some tasks if you need to. Most of us know with an IR team, if you find something cool, if someone says, I found something, I found a web shell, I found something to pivot on, the natural inclination is to squirrel, is to be like, I found it, I'm going to look at this new lead, and I'm going to leave that old system behind. You need to make sure that you're completing an investigation on a system, controlling who's going off on the new shiny lead, and making sure things are moving appropriately. Another important thing to consider is you need to delegate who has the authority to make an uncomfortable call. So, okay, you've got an infection on a production server that's running an application that generates revenue for the business. Who can make the call on whether or not you contain that system and stop the business? If you've got a VIP with a compromised account, who can make the call on deactivating his accounts? And who's going to take the political fallout if that's a bad decision or someone gets upset about it? And then reporting status. translating developments into digestible status for management. So this could be hourly if it's really early in an incident. It could be once a day. It could be once a week as things are winding down. It's whatever makes sense for your organization, but in a perfect situation when you've established this trust with your management, they're not going to be micromanaging the situation if they trust you've got it under control. So here's rules of communication and what is your problem and what is not your problem. So your problem is the team communication because everything you say could be used in court one day. So you want to make sure that anything you say with your team is recorded. You know, if you're using Teams or Slack or whatever, create a separate place for that communication and give people ground rules. Make sure there's some level of professionalism. Try to discourage people saying, we are so screwed, we need to update our resumes, because if that's read out in court, it doesn't look great. And then talk about out-of-band communication. So maybe your typical communication is there's an outage, it's gone. Whatever the attacker did, you can't get to it. Or you don't trust it. You think an attacker might have visibility into it. You need to have planned in advance how you could talk to your team in a worst case situation and talk to legal about this because they are going to have opinions and they're not going to be a fan of this, but you need to pick the least of the evils, right? So if you're using Signal with your group, no disappearing messages. Because as a lawyer told me, if there's like 9 hours of disappearing messages, an opposing lawyer can infer anything they want about what was in that content. What is not your problem is public statements, client communication, or internal notifications. That's why you engage the business. That's why you engage communications. They're the ones who control that. You want to keep this held close. You don't let people go talking to the public or whoever. Staffing. This is a tough one. It usually kind of comes up when you're already deep into the night on the first day of an incident, is understand your team size and how you'd staff a major extended incident. Like, I'm gonna be doing this for a whole couple weeks. You know, we gotta talk about how we're gonna staff it and what your expectations are. Can you do 24/7 work on your own? Are you going to engage a third party and hand it off completely? Or if you have, let's say, like my team, we have 4 dedicated incident responders, but we have a lot of talent in all of our teams. We have managers who used to be IR and who want to help. If something's really happening, people aren't going to say, well, no, I'm on a different team. I don't, you know, it's not my problem. A lot of people in your SOC might say, I want to be fully involved. A lot of people in all your teams, you know, your CTI folks are going to be like, well, we're helping directly. Anyone who can, you can start fitting into the staffing rotation. So you consider planned shifts and downtime and agree with your team what makes sense, because the hard part is kicking people off. You know, when something's happening, adrenaline's up, your IR team does not want to go to bed. They want to stay and keep working, but it's been 14 hours and somebody needs to take a nap. So plan shifts and pair people up and say, okay, we're all gonna work in the business day. We're all gonna work till like 6 or 7, but then 2 people are gonna stay on the bridge and 2 people are gonna go to sleep. And we're being strict about that. And then we'll pick it up, we'll switch at 2 a.m. or something and figure it out so that you've got bodies doing something, but then people are getting rest as well. And figure out who's managing the business as usual, right? Because stuff is still happening, but someone's gotta be working tickets, someone's gotta be answering emails, and kind of figure out how that balance works. A nice thing you can do is reward or make easier these long hours. If you're fortunate, maybe you can get a slush fund where you can help DoorDash for these people, or do it out of your own money if you're, you know, you've got a close-knit team, you don't have that luxury. Can you reward at the end? Can you give people additional time off? Can you do a challenge coin at the end and say, hey, we all survived this horrible incident, let's, you know, have this coin to attach all our PTSD to? So now we've reached deliverables, and what are we generating, right? So the scribe or the IR lead, whoever's doing this, gets to work, and this is what's being generated from the moment you realize something major is happening. So you've got an overview document, and that's the catch-all. That is like a 1 long Word document where you're putting everything, all your notes from calls in chronological order, statuses, copies of correspondence, a list of who's involved, because that could be more relevant if it gets more serious. And anytime anyone says, you know what, this wouldn't have happened if we had done this in the organization, if this architecture was changed, if we fixed this, or hey, I noticed this host doesn't have GPO enforced properly so the logs are all messed up. Note that down because you can circle back to it in your after action. A tracking spreadsheet is where you list the specifics of what you're finding and what about it is important so that you don't lose track. So that can be systems, accounts, IOCs, requests, evidence tracking, things like that. You want to make sure you're capturing timestamps for a timeline. Generating the actual timeline might come at the end, but you want those timestamps in UTC, as you go along. And it's extremely important to be translating the time zones, because I work at a global company. It never happens, your whole team is working in different places. The way they view tools might display the data in different time zones, and the systems where this is happening are in different parts of the world potentially. You need to standardize so that when you put it in a timeline, it makes sense. And then you need to consider file storage. You need to make sure that if you come back to this log file, it's not log.csv, and you're like, oh shoot, I don't know what host this is, I don't know what time frame this is. You need to make sure they're named appropriately. I'm breaking everything? Okay. So the overview document can be huge if the incident is major. I speak of doing this all in a Word document. Maybe you're lucky and you have like a ticketing system where you can like put all this in there magically, but going more into the weeds of what you can put in there, you want to talk about the background. So what was the original source of this incident? What did you know? And at the end, when you've kind of figured it all out, write like an overview. Write the story of the beginning, the middle, the end, and everything, so that when you come back to it to learn from, to show this to somebody else, you've got the full story. And then copies of all the correspondence, anything, notes from calls, it's all important. Any ticket numbers that are related, if you outsource work to other groups or you have tickets tracking this incident, jot those down. And then anything, the timestamp developments, because you're going to be feeding those into a timeline. You also want to keep track of who's doing what and what the due dates on that kind of stuff is. And then one nice thing to have in there is URLs for relevant references or articles. If it hits the media, you want to keep track of that. And then if your cyber threat intelligence team is finding cool information saying what we're seeing or what's happening in our environment is lining up with this vulnerability, it's lining up with this threat actor or this method of doing things, capture those links as references. Appendices can include output from IR firms, so if they generate a timeline, stick it in there to compare to yours. A list of read-in individuals, copies of attacker correspondence, God forbid, and contact information. For the spreadsheet, so typically I've rolled my own. In the moment you just create a spreadsheet, but you might miss something in terms of what types of data you're tracking that going back later, you're like, oh shoot, now I have to go figure out what domain all these hosts are in. I found that in some Googling, CrowdStrike has an awesome example one that's free. You don't have to put your information into their website to get it. I've got a copy on my GitHub I'll provide to you, but they've got tabs for all these different kinds of things, and importantly, they've got columns with all the different types of information you might want to track. So this can get pretty specific, but it's useful because you're going to get questions later about all of this, I guarantee it. You want to really keep track of, okay, we have all these hosts identified. We haven't proved that all of them are directly involved yet, because maybe sometimes you have a lead, but it doesn't really pan out. But what did you do with it? Which ones have you contained? Which ones had web shells on them? Or which ones had evidence that something actually happened? Or where lateral movement happened, you've got a timestamp. Put all that in there so you can piece it all together later. And then during recovery, you can break it down into, okay, well, we know these ones were actually involved. These ones were decommissioning, these ones were rebuilding, and you can kind of keep track. Same with accounts. Keep track of what accounts were involved and what you did with those accounts. Were they service accounts you got rid of at the end? Were they, were changes made to them? Were they deactivated? Make sure you keep track. Indicators of compromise, you might want to share them someday if you have permission to. So having a lot of information not only lets your own teams sweep your environment for these indicators of compromise, but you might want to share them later, and you want to have the information to give out. And then task tracking, you can choose to do this in a spreadsheet or however you want, but if you've got some action item for a team, you can track it here. For timeline creation, this could be something you circle back to later when you have the luxury of time. You can use any tool you like to do this. This little screenshot is from a tool called Timeline Maker Pro that we impulse bought in the middle of an incident because it is cheap. I think it's under $200 for a lifetime license. And it was just something you can plug stuff into and break it into categories and get a bunch of different visual ways of showing it. So here we've got things on artifact information, like when did a certain artifact show up, threat information. So if you figure out, okay, well the root cause here was a CVE, you can put something on there and say, this vulnerability was reported on this date, we didn't patch it in time, but here's how much lead time was between it being released publicly and when something happened. Things the attacker did, things that your team did, and then actions taken on the host. So keeping track of what your actions were in the timeline of the actual attack. And then you need to be organized because this stuff piles up, right? So like I mentioned, you need to put a date on there. You need to make sure that there's the data type, where it came from, and a time range. So if you're pulling email records from someone, put the date you're pulling it, that it's email, what the user account is, and how big of a range it is. Because it could end up being hundreds of log files, and you want to make sure they're organized so that if you need to pull them, if legal needs them later, you're not searching through your email saying, okay, well, when did someone send me this, and what is it, and can I figure out the context from email? So after action. So we did it, we kept our jobs, no one's fired, but you want to move on, but you need to go through an after action report. You need to learn something from this, right? And all the documentation you've been doing really helps put all that together. You can write in maybe a PowerPoint or a Word document, however you want to do this, a background, actions taken, importantly, what was successful, and then what did you drop the ball on, both on your own team and then within the whole business. Were teams giving you trouble? Did your own process fail you? And what can be improved. And that's where you create draft recommendations to the business that you can float up to other teams. One way of doing this is doing an after action kind of small, doing it with your own incident response team, anyone who is involved in security, and doing it there. But you could also do an after action involving other teams in the business and what their view was of how it was successful or not successful. Then you need to document those changes. And you can't just make a list of recommendations and just shove them off to someone and say, it'll be done, it's not our problem anymore, because if those go off and die in someone's inbox and something happens with a breach and you had recommended something that could have prevented the next one and someone in legal finds out that you had recommended these things and nobody followed through, it can be kind of a problem. So make sure if you're recommending action that you get agreement from the party who's going to do it and a timeline in which they can do it, and who has accountability for that change. The easy stuff to do, though, is process improvements. You've got control over that. So figure out, where did your own incident response plan let you down? Is it inaccurate? Do you have this nice little flow chart of how IR works, and none of that happens in real life? Fix it, right? If you have contact information that's super out of date, or it references tools that don't exist, take the time and fix it. And then emergency versus proactive changes. In an incident, you're going to be doing stuff in real time. You're going to be like, screw the process, I'm not doing a 10-day lead time on this change, make it happen. But you need to make sure those things, you close that gap. Then we archive and move on. So having an incident response plan in place and defined leadership and documentation should have gotten you some wins and kept more people happy about your response. So faster time to inform, better analysis and response, people just feeling like there's better relationships between the different teams in IT and the businesses, and that nobody was panicking and upset. Because we talked about the life cycle of an incident, there's also the life cycle of grief. And we all know that when something is going real sideways at your company, there's going to be a lot of emotions flying between denial, anger, being upset, finally accepting, that kind of defeatist attitude. You got to make sure that having these guide rails in place and having leadership guiding can keep people in a healthier mind space. But you got to move on, right? Because the worst fear is you're in the middle of major IR, you think, what if we bump into a separate problem? What if something else gets reported at the same time? You want to make sure you're always ready, that when it rains, it pours. You could have one right after or at the same time. But then at the end, you can archive all this. You've done it. It's not going to be like an action item where you're like, oh, shoot, I have to go back and finalize all this stuff or try to remember what happened 2 weeks after it did. You've been able to be successful. So I know this was a lot of content. I have a GitHub list here where I've stripped down some example policy, process, and playbook documents. Policy is easier. If a lot of it's pulled from NIST, there's a lot more to look at there. Playbooks might just kind of have more like headers of sections because I can't talk about what we do specific to our organization. But I did put a copy of that CrowdStrike tracking spreadsheet, so you don't even have to Google it. You can just go grab it. And if anyone wants these slides, I'll go post them there too as well. So if your organization does this differently or better, come find me after. I'd love to talk. I'd love to improve. A lot of this kind of was homegrown. But if anyone has any questions, comments, you know, we can talk. And that's it. Anybody got anything? Otherwise, just find me after. Yes.
Do you with your organization or other organizations like to have pre-scripted communications with executives or HR or legal to kind of have the message say, hey, we're looking into something, or, you know, do you kind of go to that level, or do you?
Not quite. I mean, typically where it leaves me in particular is I explain to our CISO, you know, this is what's going on, this is what's handled and not handled, and maybe he'll determine who needs to be told at that point. How nervous are we about this at this point? So, but I wouldn't say that's pre-scripted at all, because every situation's different. Anything else?
All right, thank
All
you,
right.
Casey Beaumont.
Alrighty.
here? Yeah, that's good. Hey everybody, welcome to the talk. If you're here for decompiler tomfoolery, you're in the right room. If you're in here for another talk, you're still in the right room. It's a great talk, stick around. So I thought I'd start this off by talking about some alternative titles I had for this talk. A Song of Dragons and Elves, anybody? Debugger Wars, Episode 3, Revenge of the Dwarf. So I've recently been told by my professors that I really need to take down the text in my slides. So I've had this revolutionary new idea to talk to other Gen Zers like myself. This is the title. Yeah, I can't even read that title. So I've also shortened the title. That's how we'll refer to the talk from now on. Fish, Bridge, Dragon. That's it. So I'm Zion. My hacker name is Mahalos. I'm a native Hawaiian hacker. I'm from Hawaii. That also means no pineapple pizza. Don't bring it near me. I'm the co-captain of Shellfish. We're a hacking team. We compete at DEF CON finals every year since 2003. We're really into the hacking scene. I love helping with CTFs and stuff like that. If you know what Pwn College is, I'm one of the authors of Pwn College, so I'm all over the place. I'm a PhD student here at ASU. I study decompilers, how we can make them better, how we can improve structuring. So that's kind of what I do. I'm all around in that stuff, and I've also been the ASU Hacking Club president. They're a great club here. So all these symbols kind of represent things I'm associated with. So if you see these symbols and you happen to have a pineapple pizza, go the other way. So an outline of this talk, we have 5 major components of the talk. We're going to be talking about reversing embedded devices, then reversing the things on the embedded devices that make them tick, which is the binaries. Then we're talking about previous approaches, of course, by the old sages. Solving previous problems with those previous approaches, and then the big headliner, decomp to debug, which tries to solve all of these previous problems. We represent decompilation with this little dragon guy, debugging with the fish, and the gap with a scrunched face of pain. So let's talk about reversing embedded devices. A lot of the talks here at CactusCon have been about embedded devices and how we integrate them in our lives, how we pen test them, things like that. So one major component of reversing embedded devices is the actual services which run those the embedded device, which is usually binaries. Binaries, compiled programs that are not interpreted. So we're not talking about Python or JavaScript. We're talking about Rust, C, Go, things you compile. So that means you have no source code. And what I have here is a nice embedded device, a Netgear router. It's of the Nighthawk variant. They don't want you to have the source code for obvious reasons. It would be good if we could have it, because then we could validate the claims they make, but we don't. These binaries, you have no source, you likely have no symbols either. They take away the symbols because it makes it smaller. They also don't want you to have an easier time. And local execution is actually rather frustrating. If you've ever tried to reverse an embedded device before, you realize often these binaries are connected to the physical stuff on the hardware. So like, imagine you have a binary which does Hertz manipulation for these specific antennas. If you run that binary on your own, VM, even if you have the right architecture, it likely won't run at all because it doesn't have the right connections, it doesn't have the right services talking to it, it doesn't even know what hardware to touch. So it's not really an option a lot of the time, and it's a huge space of work. So in this talk, we focus on one of these major categories, which is that binaries have 0 symbols. Essentially, they're really hard to understand. And these other 2 are assisted by this first one. So let's talk about reversing binaries. Reversing binaries is a rather hard thing for a lot of people, including myself. I'm a noob. That's why I work on decompilation, because I can't read assembly. It's terrible. I only can read decompilation and emojis. Those are the only 2 things I understand. So you have this binary, right? You can take 2 approaches. Dynamically, which means you run through it concretely with one state in your mind as you traverse the binary. This is you creating a model of the binary as you walk through it one at a time with like GDB or something. The other way is statically, and this is usually with a decompiler. And this gives you a general abstract model. This allows you to understand all paths through the program. It's like reading source code. When you read the source code, you are creating a model of every path that goes through it. So you iterate this process until you have some fundamental understanding. You go between debugging, go between decompiler, and you get this great understanding of what the binary does. Awesome. So what does this actually look like in practice? So this is Ghidra, a big old panel full of a lot of things. Not going to explain the things. It's a lot. We don't even want to look at it really. But there is one thing really important in here, and it's the decompilation. The decompilation is our approximation of the source given only the binary. Let's take a closer look. So this is what it looks like. It's rather ugly right now. Fun 0047 whatever, right? That's very descriptive. We don't really know what it means. What does this function do? What do any of the variables mean? What are the types? Everything's undefined. Nothing makes any sense. This looks nothing like my C code, right? Luckily, Ghidra allows us to redefine it. We can work on it ourselves, and we can define the symbols and the types and whatever else we want. This is called generating reverse engineering artifacts, or we call them REAs. So what has changed exactly? The name of the function has changed. We have symbols, so has the variables, and so have the types. So what we have done in our mental model of this program is we've raised it to a new symbolic level. This is main, this is the entry point, is authenticated, is a state. We also have types like car, or char, the argument. So these are the things we have, right? So let's move over to the dynamic side now. That was the static side, this is the dynamic side. This is GDB. This is what GDB looks like without any other extensions on top of it. So looking at this, there's some assembly. We're breaking at 40071D. That's the same address as main. So we're breaking at some address, and we're getting some assembly. All right, a little hard to comprehend after just seeing this great source, but we see it. Now there's ways to extend this. You can actually extend it with a plugin called Jeff, which is just about extending what you can see. Now, from a distance, this kind of just looks like an eyesore, but I promise you, it's actually useful in practice. This gives us more information. It kind of prints out everything that we would see in the current state of the debugger. But one fundamental problem, we still don't have any of the information from our decompiler. Nothing has made it here. We still are just seeing assembly, we're seeing addresses, none of our symbolic information. And here lies the gap, right? The first thing that's problematic, we've created symbolic locations in our mental model of this program. 40071D is mapped to main. We think of this as main. When we try to break here, we're trying to break at a symbolic location. That's the same for these types and their variables, right? We are thinking about a higher level standard already. We have converted this assembly into C in our minds, but yet we still have to deal with assembly in our debugger, which sucks. Again, decompilation or emojis. So where is my source? That is the main question here, and that is the fundamental motivation of this talk. How can we get source, and how can we get our debugger to be more like our decompiler? Where can we merge the two and close this gap? So some previous approaches have tried to make this a little bit easier. I think of two major previous approaches. There are some other ones. The first one is RetSync. Here's their GitHub. RetSync is about synchronizing your actual view from the decompiler to your debugger. So, say I'm at 40071D and I'm at main, it will just make sure that whatever you're looking at in either or are synced up. So, if you change your address, it changes it in the decompiler. So that's nice, because at least you have synchronized views, but you still don't have any of the symbolic information inside of your debugger. You can't break at main, you can break at the address representative of main. The second one is probably the closest approach that has tried to get here, which is called dwarf export. Dwarf is a debugging format for GDB, for ELFs that GDB can understand. So what this project tried to do was take all the information inside of IDA, another decompiler, export it to a dwarf once, and then import it into the debugger. So this is actually really, really close because you have source lines, you have types, you also have variable names. Now, the big problem with this is when you update anything in any of your decompilers, this dwarf is now not correct. You have a model mismatch, right? You've changed something in this decompiler, it doesn't update in the debugger, it's a mismatch. Second, this only works for IDA, and this only works for Linux. You can't use it on anything else because it is specific to dwarfs. And third, this can take a long time sometimes because dwarfs are kind of complicated. So these are the kind of problems we've faced. Now there's some generic solutions to these problems that we've had. There's three main ones that you need to cover to be a valid solution to this problem, which is first, you need to update your symbols dynamically. They need to be updated as we go. You need to continue to have changes when you make them in your static engine, your decompiler, whatever it is. Second, you need to display your context. We want to debug source. Where's my source? Show me the source. So we should have source in our debugger. And third, this should be somewhat extensible to some degree. Shouldn't be really Linux specific. It could be anywhere. So we try to cover all three of these bases. And surprise, surprise, we do cover them in this project that is associated with this talk, which is called Decomp to Debug, which tries to lift this information into a standard format and then fit them into the debugger in whatever way we can. If you're using GDB, you can get actual native symbols that are real to GDB. Now this is fun stuff. In here you can see this kind of pane, and if you're interested in using it, it works for IDA, Ghidra, Binary Ninja, Anger Management, and GDB and all its variants, including Jeff and stuff like that. You can go check it out if you're interested. And I think the best way for you to see what the power is for me to do some demo. So we're gonna do some demo. In the Shellfish tradition, things may segfault, break, or blow up during the presentation. So that's just part of the tradition of Shellfish, this hacking team that you guys are now about to get in on. So let's see it in action. So this first binary I'm going to show you, I have two different demos for you guys. The first is a local debugging session, and the second is a remote debugging session. The second one actually features a 0-day we found on this router over here. This guy. That's the latest version, or that's the latest Netgear router. It's one firmware update behind, so it is now patched and latest, but this was a 0-day as of the last update. So I guess now it's an N day or a 0.5 day because it's not publicly known. You guys are actually the first ones to see it, so we'll see it in the second demo. So the first demo will be local, the second demo will be remote. The second demo is where things get dicey, so we'll hope it goes well. Yeah. So let's check out this first one. So running your decomp to debug session is pretty easy. We start it up. Everything is talking over a local port on an XML RPC server. So we start this, we enter the binary, and now we do decompiler, connect, Ghidra. And we've connected to the decompiler. So earlier, we actually had no symbols, right? This binary doesn't have any symbols. We can't break it anything. It's completely stripped. Now, we can break it main. We hit continue. We next instruction a little to get into past the prologue. And you can see on this left-hand side, we actually have decompilation inside of our debugger. Now, these are actually mapped addresses that go between decompilation lines, and we have real symbols. So if I print main, right, this is actually a real symbol inside the debugger now. It's not fake, it's not an artificial symbol, so it's pretty awesome. So what we can do is we can actually keep stepping, right? We can keep moving through stuff. We hit a call for a read. We say cactus, right? And now we can actually print our variables over here as well. Password, it's typed, which is awesome. We also have username. So these variables, which are local variables, are mapped as GDB helper variables. So these ones are not actually native, and it is kind of fun because you can now port that to WinDebug and much other ones. So if we print this, it's typed, so we can actually see the whole normal thing. We didn't have to assume types, we didn't have to do any of that. We get it all here. In addition to that, if we change stuff, we can do new username, right? New username, very cool. We do a next instruction. Everything is changed in our decompilation. Print new username. We see the same thing, same address. We can dereference it. It's Cactus. It works. It's awesome. It works for global variables, which we can see inside over here, 400254. These are all global variables found within the binary, and it even works as we change the symbols. So for instance, if we change this to not main, that's fine. Next instruction. Ooh, a little crash on not main, I guess that's fine. So generally speaking, we are able to update these things on the fly. You can update symbols, you can update types, you can update these little helper variables, and the decompilation modifies as we go through it. So this is kind of the basics of decomp to debug, and after the demo, I'll reveal a little bit of the magic of how we did it. So that's kind of the cool part of this. So now we move on to the risky demo. Let's get to the risky demo. So here's the risky demo. Let me plug this in. So what I'm doing right now is plugging us into the Netgear router, so we're on the same network interface. So what we're going to do is we're going to exploit the router so that we can have a shell on the router. And then once we have a shell on the router, we're going to start a GDB server so that we can connect remotely. What this all goes to say is, this is running ARM32, and it's running very specific binaries, but we can connect from here with GDB remote, and then we can get our symbols from our decompiler. So let's try it out. All right, wait for the exploit to trigger. Should be some nice little suspense. Brilliant, we're on the box. Awesome. So right now we are on this router's shell, and what we're going to do is start this GDB server. Now, I know this is a little pedantic because we're going this huge roundabout just to run a remote server, but I promise it is worth it. So we also go here. Let's start this decom to debug server over here on a different port, 6333. Good, awesome. Start this in multi-arc. We do Jeff remote 192. We connect remotely. Connect our decompiler. Print packet callback. See if we have symbols. We do, to make sure things are safe. This is a remapped address. We break there. Now, the cool thing about this binary is that this binary is for parsing packets. You can't step through this binary unless you're able to trigger packets and listen to it remotely without interfering with those packet parsings. So what we do is we send a single curl. I've sent a curl to this router now. You can see that it's a Netgear router and everything in here. And now we've actually broken inside of the function. So this is awesome because we are live on this router looking at this information here, which we can now parse. So I can do something like print packet data. Print packet data. And you can see that the data is actually there, which is very fun. So the kind of point of this is that this debugging standard works regardless of architecture. It works regardless of decompiler and debugger. We can do it remotely, and these symbols can kind of go back and forth. And this is cool because this is normally not possible for embedded device reversing. So, anything you do in here, it holds the same standards that your normal local debugging environment has, essentially getting you source over a remote connection. So yeah, if you're interested more about how I actually did this, because this does kind of look like black magic, I kind of just got a shell, went on the router, and now we have debugging. We have a blog post coming later this week where we'll be explaining what this bug actually is. It is it's a one-click into your router over WAN side, but it's a fun little thing for all Netgear Nighthawk routers. So we fully, discovered this exploitability through using this decom to debug interface because we have this faster reversing system. So let's move back now to the rest of this. I will unplug this guy so I have normal internet again. And let's go back to the talk. I guess we'll have to reconnect to the Wi-Fi. That's what I get for trying to do a demo, disconnect the Wi-Fi, and then reconnect. Awesome. Right, so you guys have kind of seen some of the magic that you can do, right? We can actually make these two things more like the same. You can get your decompiler and your debugger, you can have these symbols, you can map things on the fly. How are we actually doing this? So in the steps that go, right, you got your little reversing sent to the fish here. You're trying to debug something, you're trying to debug a binary. When you try to debug it, you trigger events called rebase stop events, or breakpoints. Anytime you have a breakpoint accessed, we take that address, we eliminate whatever the base address was in the debugger, and we send it off to the decompiler. The decompiler sees that. What it does is it waits on a trigger. Every time you change something, we update the cache of symbols that we have stored. These symbols get updated on every change, so we have hooks in every decompiler that's supported, so the big four. And then we send these symbols back in a rebased format. So those addresses get rebased back to the original addresses of the debugger. We do this with the symbols. We send you the context of your decompilation. So we map your address to the real source in decompilation, and we send it back as an XML. So you can parse this in whatever debugger you want. And we're kind of doing this through another project I write called BinSync. And lastly, all those are now made into a fake symbol file. This symbol file we use inside the debugger. So to give you the quick overview of how we do that last part, because it's kind of nuts. We make a small elf on hand rapidly on every debug. We inject into the .symbol table because this is a section of your symbols that can actually be modified in runtime. We byte patch that section to have the max size, which are these many F sizes, so that we override the GDB code, which checks if a section is big enough for new symbols, and then we add a fake symbol file in on every iteration. That's kind of a fast overview, but if you want to see more, you can read the code online. It's open source, accessible to everybody, and if you like it, I'd love for you to check it out. Port it to Windybug, port it to whatever. I accept PRs from anybody, so it's out there, it's open, ready for you to work with it. And on that note, I think we've covered all the cool stuff. Does anybody have any questions about any part of this, even binary analysis, since I love binary analysis, love questions? Yes? Oh, wait, there's a, sorry about that. A cactus box?
That was really cool, thank you. I have a few questions, if
It's
that's okay.
It's a microphone, wow.
Yeah,
Yes.
wireless, too. So I assume that there was an intermediary step when you got root on the router in which you had to copy off all the binaries to load them into your decompiler. Is that right?
Yes, it is. However, the firmware for all these routers are usually available online, so you can just download all the firmware. But in this case, yeah, we would have had to copy it off normally, yeah.
Okay,
yes.
Makes sense. And then you mentioned briefly about how you had to rebase these addresses. I assume this is because in the static firmware, they have some assumed load address, and then that load address is different at runtime. Is that right?
Precisely.
Okay.
Not only that, but the decompiler will decide whatever base address it wants. In Anger, we do OX 40,000. In Ghidra, they do 50,000 sometimes, and in IDA, they do 60,000. So everyone gets to just choose whatever they want. So we always have to make it an offset, regardless of if it's pi or not pi. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a mess.
And then lastly, you made a point of explaining how it wasn't like a virtual symbol in GDB, it was like a real GDB symbol.
It's a real GDB symbol.
And I don't know what that distinction means.
Right. So the difference between a virtual and a real symbol, a virtual symbol was when I did that $sign, that's essentially like an environment variable, right? Environment variable in GDB. And those environment variables you can even set types to. So it almost looks real. To a viewer, it would look like the same thing. You'd be like, those are the same. It'd be this is the same meme. But in reality, that symbol that was not with the $sign, those are symbols that GDB has parsed that are located inside the ELF and that it recognizes as a real function. Now, the reason that's kind of like, whoa, is because other tools down the pipeline, they depend on that information. And it's not a dwarf. It's in the symbol table, which was invented in like early 2000 or something, and way before my time. And they made it in such a way that it's parsable by everybody. So the difference between these real and not real symbols is kind of that they're not supposed to exist. In GDB, you're not allowed to create a new symbol. Like, hey, I reversed this function. Let me name it something. GDB says, no, go get a new binary. Why don't you write source, compile that, and bring it back, right? So you can't do that in GDB, but with our tool you can hack it in. You're not allowed to do it. We hack it in. And the reason why during the remote demo that I couldn't show breaking at that specific symbol, like without taking the address, is because up until I think 3 versions ago GDB, if it's 32-bit, it just segfaults GDB. It's just segfault. So this is a rather recent update that you can, with our stuff, hack in real symbols. And that's kind of what a real symbol is.
Very cool. Thank you.
Yes. Oh,
Catch.
yeah.
All right. So you found 0 days, or I guess now like end days for the router.
Yep.
Where did you guys report those? And like, did you get any feedback from Netgear on that?
So for these ones for Netgear, they patched these, I think, 5 days before the pwn to own, but nobody has acknowledged that they exist publicly. So right now we have something going through MITRE to try and get CV so we can release it more. But either way, it's patched in the latest, but nobody actually knows that this one exists. It was categorized as a LAN exploit, which means that you can only pwn it when you're on the Wi-Fi router, but we found that this is actually much more devastating. You can, if I have a website, I can pwn you, yeah.
What is pwn to own?
Pwn to own is a 0-day competition. Yeah. More questions? I got 5 minutes left of questions. Any questions you want? Binary analysis, trivia, go. What's your favorite decompiler?
What's your favorite decompiler?
My favorite decompiler is a decompiler called Anger Management. At ASU, we write our own decompiler. We have our own self-run decompiler, so I guess I'm biased, but I think that is the coolest decompiler. However, IDA is miles ahead of most decompilers. Yeah. Any other questions? Question there? Why? That's a real question, actually. I actually feel a little bit insulted. like I actually did make a mistake, and it was AT&T, or it was AT&T syntax when I had it up there. That was a mistake. That was just a mistake. I'll admit my fault there. My bad. If my professor were here, he would definitely be like, "He's a faker. He doesn't know how to reverse." Any other questions? Question from you, Rob? No? Okay.
All right, thanks,
Awesome.
Ayan.
Thank you so much. Oh, I have a nice last statement for you guys. A goodbye question. So in this kind of envisionment of what the future of binary analysis looks like, right? Because this was rather complicated. Anything could have gone wrong during this talk. What does the future of binary analysis look like to you guys? We have more AI. We have more emojis. You know, I couldn't find a single decompiler that would let me name my function in emoji. So, you know, what does the future of binary analysis look like to you guys? Thank you.